Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 3 of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It is myself, Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster for the duration of this event. Getting the action started. Small blind is 15k. Big blind is 30k with a 30k running big blind ante. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen there are 40 players remaining now. From a starting entry field size of 1,110, average stack is a very healthy, chunky 1.3875 million. 3875, yes, lots of numbers there. Queens kicking things off. We have a brand new table. Hope you're all very well. If you were with us for the 9 hours yesterday, lots of action took place. Some funky hands there in the last 75-minute level. A couple of hands I'm going to revisit when I have a bit more time on my side. 70k is the bet here from Adir Kariti. 3 ladies to get things kicked off. We have Czech Republic, Hungary, Greece, United Kingdom, Israel, Croatia, and Romania all being represented at this feature table. Milan Varga feels like he has too much hand here to fold his last 8 big blinds and gets the very bad news. He's up against a set of ladies. We have our first casualty of the day, first hand of the day. Word is in the house. Strata says, and we are back. The cards are flying, chips are clicking, and Dan is back in prime form. Oh, yeah, maybe prime form. Very, very difficult to get out of bed there. I'm not going to lie. First world problems. I just couldn't manage to switch off last night, even though I was really, really tired. Maybe I should have been smoking some of that good stuff that made you go on a crazy journey last night, Stratus. Even though it was only a cigar. I had a whole morning routine planned, Stratus, but I literally healed myself out of bed about 16 minutes ago. So here we are. I swear it was a real cigar, not the wacky stuff. Yeah. Sounds like a fun journey. Hopefully I'll be driving this time next year myself. All going well, not driving people up the wall. So if you are new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you're tuning in from YouTube. Like I said, it's way easier to police with moderators and talk over on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. We would like to get more subscribers. We're at 27,000 on YouTube. I'm hoping to get to 30 this year. Surely we can get 3,000 more subscribers. In one calendar year, we've grown this channel exponentially. That's a big word like marmalade over the last few years. Your support means the world to me and the King's production team. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself or the tournament that's taking place right now, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We also have a fabulous merchandise store there. Case in point, this guy's wearing one of those jumpers right now. It sounds like something out of a music video. Status. I just went down some country roads I've never been on. Ended up in another city. Like, oh, hopefully, if you ended up in another city, it was Nashville, Tennessee. I've heard good things about those Tennessee cities, is all I'll say. Moving on. I hope they will have Wi-Fi in Alcatraz. Bird says. No, I'm not as familiar with some of the players at this table. They're really pushing the boat out for my pronunciations as an Irishman. Konstantinos Roustalakis. Well, Perno Draw is back in the house. Giddy up. Hopefully you got some sleep and are ready for another long day. I did get some sleep, but I did not get to do a single thing in my morning routine. And normally I would walk the dog. I did not get to walk the dog. So the dog is going to have to go for a sprint at one of the breaks. I have to try cook food at the same time because I have absolutely no preparation this morning and I am home alone. So that's just the way it is. Now, we do remember this guy from yesterday, of course, he played very well. Adrian Kazaku with the ace jack. Checks from the big blind. Over 10-9. I don't know if you were with us till the very bitter end last night, but there was one or two funky last hands. Giuseppe folded top pair, top kicker on it. 9, 5, 3 flop with two clubs. And I can't remember who jammed. Mario check raised huge with Jack 5 of clubs. He had a pair and a flush draw. Got his opponent fold in position with the top pair, top kicker. That was a standout highlight hand towards the end. This one, however, 265 in the pot as we go to the river. Remember, they're playing for over 200,000 euro. Well, just about 172,000 and a 10k ticket, so a little bit less. 182,000 total, including the ticket. And that ticket is for the top 10 finishers. It's a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place at the King's Resort later on this year. If you're just tuning in, you're watching this all come live. All this action live under one roof. It's the King's Resort live from Rozhadov. It's in the Czech Republic. It's on the German border. It's near Prague. And we play down to a final table today, as far as I am aware. So, it'll be a long one, folks. Draw says we took our dogs for a walk yesterday, but it was so cold we couldn't go far and probably won't be going again today. It was very icy and slippy out there for sure. I'm not sure really what the strategy is for a lot of these players. Very deep stack. 75-minute clock is what you're dealing with. A lot of intricate situations are going to occur as we get closer and closer to the FT. There will be times where players are going to be shelling up. There'll be other times where you're going to see them blasting off. It's the war of attrition, really. Mitrovic just going to call from the small with 2 aces, and that brings Kazaku along in the big blind with King Queen off suit. Just the flop for 50k more. I'm not really sure what way to pronounce his name. See you on who. We're just going to call him who because how seems easier. It's probably just Sai. Probably if he's English, to probably just call him Sai. All right, Sai. We've got another English guy to make sure we keep an eye out on. A big MMA fan, and Terence Eatham is still in the house. Who betting 100k? C1. C1 who? Does that sound right to you guys? Let me know in the chat. You know I do like giving them nicknames, but not all the time. Jack 4-3, and I think he's C1 is going to be priced in here. What is the total? 185. He calls, doesn't like it. It's just because he can be up against flush draws, etc. Even against a jack, he's got the straight draw and the ace. Turn is a 6, and now he's got an open ender. River's a 3. Big double up there for the Croatian. And who is going to be back down to 22 big blinds. So it says, who are you? Who are you? Who? I really want to know. That sounds like who let the dogs out? Oh, what a track. I was growing up as a teenager. I think it could be the Baja Men, was it? It was about 20 years ago, surely. I don't know, man. Was indeed a great song by The Who as well. Adir is going to win raised. We could call him Venison. Venison Cariti. The deer. The doe. All right, I get me coat. Fine. We will take that one down with a C bet on the ace 5-4-2 club flop. Apocalypse is in the house this afternoon, lads and lasses. What's up, Apocalypse? Nice to have you with us. And a very creative three bet there with the 8-2 suited. Um, if we're going to go for a move like that, I prefer to see a larger pricing in Adrian Kazaku. Guy in the big blind there is lucky that Kazaku just had a bad ace that was unsuited. Surely you remember that song, Who Let the Dogs Out, Apocalypse? Does that be around your timeline? Maybe before your time? Some of the older people don't remember that song, but I certainly do. Funny, skitty sort of a tune. This is a case of who wants it more. Which going to bet 45k. 1-2, 1-2-1. Oh, these guys with their numbers these days. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2, 2-1, 2. Testing. 1-2, 2-1, 2. Yeah, I could see how that would get annoying very quickly. I would like to see the King Queen continue there for that small of a sizing. A lot of good things can happen on the turn in the form of a Jack, a 9, a King, a Queen, an Ace. Not looking so hot. Fuck this. Oh, every boy in school thought they were the coolest thing on earth singing that. Yeah, that was the point. There was a guy at the table called Who, so I said Who. Who let the dogs out? Jokes are better when I don't have to over explain them. I'll try to do better next time. We see a 4-bet here. I was trying to see how much he 3-bet to Adam. 3-betting with the Ace Jack suited. Kazaku just sticking him in. That says, Dan, don't worry. You do a better job explaining your jokes than Apocalypse with the word of the day segment. Has he got his word of the day yet? He's slowly but surely pushing me to use less and less pidgin English, I think is what's going on there. So we see the leaderboard for the first time today. Adrian Kazaki with 100 bigs, clean. Adair with 54, Adam with 45, Konstantinos with 33, Roger Mitrovic with 33, the 212 with 20, and who with 19 is the shortest stack at this feature, but it's just really not that short. Colonel Josses, I don't mind Ace Jack 3-bet there, but also wouldn't have had the flat call. Given position on the razor, Silver probably says 3-bet, but situationally, I think a call was acceptable. Very well put, no pair, no draw. I was going to say something similar myself. You will see a lot of 3-betting off these deeper stacks. However, flatting in position is all the rage these days. And I say that meaning it's actually not all the rage these days, but it should be. A lot of people want to play that 3-bet happy sort of a game against the chip leader. He's just going to be able to pile the pressure on. I actually prefer to 3-bet there if we've Ace Jack offsuit. You've got to remember who's behind you, and although it's not a pantomime, he's behind you. We need to know what we're going to do. If we flat and someone squeezes behind, it's hard for us to continue. So we're just taking the initiative by 3-betting ourselves. We see multi-way action here. What a flop this is for the ace-6 of hearts. 5, 4, 3, 2 hearts on board. Raises to 225. And Mitrovic can make a better straight here. The 6 rolls off, but when he gets raised, he's going to have to fold because why, gang? Because that board, that flop smacks the big blind's perceived defending range. When we get raised, our opponent usually has to have a pretty big hand, especially when we're multi-way there as well. Three-way action here. Who the top pair? Zaku with top 2, so we could see some action. I don't see any way. Who's getting away from this? They do get it all in, and Adrian Kazaku is running hot like he was yesterday. The opening proceedings here. Who's going to need a lot of help to stay in this event with 36 players remaining now. Turn is an ace. Wow. What a turn card that is for him. River is the 8 of spades. Almost feels like a bit of rough justice there in a way. Nothing any player can do there on flop. Of course, that's a huge hit though. Zaku would eliminate a player and have an extra 1.2 million in chips. Although he's acting like that's water off a duck's back and he's still playing the guts of 100 bigs, that's still a gigantic pot in terms of stack size in this tournament. It's almost an average stack there, gone the other direction. We're going to need a nickname for this fella, because I'm not calling him 2121 all day. Blackjack. Will we call him Blackjack? Anyone is Blackjack, isn't it? It is. Supposed to show I don't play Blackjack, but yes, it is. Surely to God. 36 players remaining. All guaranteed a minimum of €3,560. Oh, Perno Draw with a great comment there. Call him the DJ because he's got the ones and twos. I love it. Love it. Being a DJ myself, that is comment of the day. Man in the match, no Perno Draw. Why did I not think of that myself? Adam with the 3-bet to 180k. And action's going to be back on Zaku. Look at that. He would have been up to 3.5 million, folks. Now he's back down to 2.2. Still has heaps and heaps of chips, don't get me wrong. We're well over 100 pigs and now back down to 70. In a way, he's lucky his opponent didn't have more chips. Although if he had more chips, the hand might have went differently. 239 is the top. $7.90 in this pot now as the 8 of diamonds rolls off on the turn. Adam will be playing a little bit more conservatively considering there are 2 queens out there. A lot of straight draws. He also loses the hands like pocket nines. So that's why. Turn has gone check, check. And now Adam checks the river. And Zaku hoping to get to showdown and win with an 8. But no dice. You see who with his newfound gold putting it to work. He looked so disappointed when they got all in and called, and he was behind. And who could blame him? Who? He's going to bet 100k here with his open ender, and Konstantinos has a piece of this on the Queen 10-7. Second pair, King kicker. We most likely just see him call, although he's not going to be loving life. Under the gun against the big blind here. No pay jump to worry about, by the way, for a few more spots. Usually there's a pay jump around 35th, 32nd to 39th, all going to get €3,560. Turn is the 4 diamonds, goes check, and the river is the 7 of clubs. Now, once turn goes check, Konstantinos may consider doing a donk bet for like 10% pot, 20% pot, something around that area. Instead, he just goes for a check, considering who's is the under the gun range is going to be quite condensed and strong. And now who can just take this away from him? That's a splashy sort of a 300k bet, very large. When he goes polarizing like this, he's trying to say he had an overpair or a hand like ace queen that decided to check back the turn. Maybe he can't really have a full house because he's going to try get more value for that on the turn, I would imagine. Perhaps he could have a hand like tens or queens. Stranger things have happened. No pair, no draw says, I don't know why, but whose betting style annoys me. I know exactly what you're saying there. That was quite a splashy bet there on the river. Something to watch out for. So class. Every day is a learning day, and class is in session. Those splashy sort of bets usually indicate weakness more than strength. Let's see if we are right throughout the day. Going to start dropping more knowledge around here. Knowledge is power. Richie, my main man, 1965. Very good afternoon from the Netherlands. Special hello to the action man, Dan, my most favorite commentator on Twitch. With these words, you are really spoiling me. Nice to have you with us, Richie. I don't know how the event went yesterday. I'm sure it went very well. But just rest assured it's over now, and we've got some big boy poker to play here. Kitty game is down the street. Not sure what's going on here on the river. 3 queen, ace 5 4. Who bet 125? A deer has raised blind v blind battle, and who has snapped them off? I think they're getting the floor. To raise to 325. It looked like it was more at first. I thought it was more like 425, but yeah, he's put an extra 200k on top of the 125. Who's put out one chip to indicate a call? It's been some sort of dispute. I could hear him say call. So all it seems to be above board. Got the best TDs in the business. We've got Andy Tillman as well, the floor manager. A bit of the jack of all trades. If there's a problem, they'll resolve it. We're live for about an hour now. If you're just tuning in on this Monday afternoon in the middle of January, you're watching day 3, the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. This is day 3 of 4. We'll be playing down to a final table today, as far as I know, to the best of my knowledge. Colonel Joe says, if there's a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook while the DJ resolves it. Oh. I know what that lyric is out of No Pair, No Draw, but I just can't name it off the top of my head. It's old school anyway, that's all I'd say. Be a lyric out of oh, it's Ice Ice Baby. I was thinking of Pump Up the Jam for some reason. There he is, the DJ on the ones and twos. Guy thinks he's Elon Musk's kid over here with all these numbers and names, or numbers and letters. Action. Kariti with ace-8 suited. Min raising in the cutoff. Mitrovic going to 3-bet to 185. He's having a great start to the day. Mitrovic aces, now kings. Up to nearly 1 million. Could be worse. Curry worst. Strata says 75-minute levels again today. Yes, yes, oh yay. To the best of my knowledge, they're all 75 minutes. Some of them were even 90 at times. I don't think it's an hour or less. If I have any other information regarding the levels, I'll be sure to let you know. 34 players remaining now. Kings again at the King's Resort. Cowboys running wild. Azealia Banks is all in with pocket 10s in the 2-1-2. Called by the pocket 8s of who? Who let the dogs out? King, 3, deuce is the flop. Turn is a 10. Sometimes you are forced to pay the man. Yes, it's going to be a day for references, I think. If it started this early, there'll be a lot of references towards songs before it's all said and done. So Pero draws us out. He's on fire today, boys and girls. How do you say Hervogi? That isn't a real world. That looks like someone had too much whiskey and passed out on the keyboard. Hervogi. Interesting. Thanks. Monday, Monday. Let's go. Where would I be? Without the Poker Room Kings Action Army Twitch chat. Just be talking to a wall, wouldn't I? 70k is the bet from Kazaku. So now he took a bit of a hit there of about 15 big. Still playing 1.355 mil. So that's how they're looking on the leaderboard. Pocket says, who was the guy that won that 153 big blind pot last night? I thought it was Adrian Kazaku, no? Three spades on board, King 9-3. Adam with the Jack 10. $60k is the bet here from Adam. He's got the straight draw, the flush draw. Tops of pairs for Cariti. 285 in the pot as we hit the river. River is the ace of diamonds. Somewhat of an action killer. It is just going to go check, check. Adam just gives it up. And I think that's understandable, all things considered. Pocket says, I was thinking they had an Italian flag, Di Giacomo. It's good, but it's not right. Was it not Gianfranco was the guy who lost that 153 big blind flip yesterday. I can't pronounce his second name. That's how I'm remembering his first. We do have a list, the full day 3 redraw. Thanks a million, Apocalypse. Very helpful indeed. That's in the chat as well. If you're on YouTube and you want to come over and say hello, we have moderators to police the chat, etc. over here. Lady No Muck is in the chat, says, good morning, Dan the man and chat. What's up, Lady No Muck? Happy New Year to you. You've arrived just in the nick of time. You're spoilt for choice here. You had loads of poker yesterday. If you weren't around, then don't worry. Things are just heating up here. Come on in, the water's lovely. 34 remaining now. We play down to a final table tonight, and we'll come back for the final table of the World Series of Poker circuit main event tomorrow, where they will be playing for €172,000 for the winner. Top 10 all going to secure a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Also, Lady No Muck says, I watched yesterday's stream back after work. You're some fan of this channel, Lady No Muck. I love it. Dan, like always, in fine performance, sir. Okay, thank you very much. My first stream of the year, yeah. We're just getting warmed up. I'm taking no prisoners now in 2025. You've all been warned. I don't have 5 weddings this year to worry about, so should be able to have more energy, etc. Although I had to scrape myself out of bed with about 15 minutes to spare today, when I should have been up about 90 minutes earlier or more to do some morning routines, walk the dog, prepare some meals, etc. But hey, we win or we learn. Okay, so the DJ, Azealia Banks, the 212. With the King, Queen of Spades, is just going to go for an unconventional limp here. And, oh, it's a call. Konstantinos has raised over the limp, is what's happened here. I was getting conflustered. And yes, Apocalypse, I know that is not a real word, but I'm going to use it anyway. How do you like those apples? So that means Adam's going to call, and Konstantinos gets 3-way action to the flop, where he flops top pair. We've got action here because Azealia Banks has flopped 2 overs, second no flush draw, and in general, this should smack the big blind's perceived defending range. But when it's gone under the gun limp and an under gun +1 raise, I think it condenses Adam's range considerably. So he shouldn't have too many hands to connect with this board. Like 4s, deuces, and 5s will still call. I think so anyway. But hands like 4 deuce, 4 5, deuce 5, etc. should be just folding. Konstantinos now with top pair, top kicker, and the option. I think we just go for a sizing that sets up a turn jam, honestly. With 285 in the middle, 615 behind, I don't think we want to be messing around here. I'll be betting somewhere around 170 to 200, and he goes for 180. And now Azealia most likely just sticks it in, and we will go off to the races. This is just going to be too much hand. I think he wants to just call, considering Konstantinos only has 435k behind. And my suspicions were correct. And now it's not like an ideal call off here for Konstantinos, because although he is top pair, top kicker, he would want his opponent to have an ace that would have some form of draw. And that is why you're going to see him get away from it. Very, very strong play here from Azealia. Now playing 1.42 million. Sorry that we had to name you after a girl, buddy. But the 212 is out of that Azealia Banks song, and you decided to choose numbers as your name. We got to get our kicks while we can. Lady Nomuk says, Dan, how did your poker tournaments go? It was a really fun trip. I played poker like a boss. They were all at the bar for most of the week, and I went to bed at 11 o'clock. Got up, played the morning flight after busting. Had one drink that I got from a drink voucher, went straight to bed. Got into day two. Played really well. There was one sort of messed up hand, and then I lost a flip. I don't even know if I messed up the hand. I just made a tight fold in a situation where it could have perhaps stacked off, and I guess we'll never know. And then I had me fun once all the poker was said and done. Played a side event, lost a huge pot with kings against ace king, and c'est la vie. But all the preparation, I even brought my own steak and berries and had my tea. Did my ice bath the night before. All that kind of stuff added up to playing really well, and I was pretty happy. Like I said, it's easy to say, oh, I done great this time. It's doing that preparation nearly every time that matters. I've another trip planned. I ain't saying anything yet. I might have got a call about going somewhere soon enough for similar-ish type tournament. Maybe, just maybe, it's outside of Ireland. Who knows? I ain't saying nothing. Johnny Tightlips. No pair, no draw says, I think we have 5 weddings to attend this year on the calendar so far. Not DJing, of course. Apocalypse says, don't worry. Every word began as a made-up word. Shadow says, 12121. We can call him Sue. Go DJ. No, it's not to the USA. Not at all. I've never been outside of Europe. It's somewhere in or around the EU. Pockets say I'm going to the Shetlands for the Shetland Poker Festival. How many entries are there, Apocalypse? Like, would they even make one table? And are you going to be the TD, are you? Or are you going to be playing? Oh, three-way action here. King 7 of diamonds against who's 10, 5 of hearts, and Ace King for Azealia. Stratus says Dan will do a broadcast from the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. Let's make one thing clear. If I'm traveling, I don't mind commentating if it's worth it, you know. But I'd much rather be playing. I'm sure you've all picked up that vibe from me over the last 3 years. Be 3 years in June, I think. Maybe, yeah, in or around June. Can't remember the exact date. Be easy to find if I so wished to do so. 405k in the pot here on 6-3-5 deuce. Again, more 4x in the big blinds. Defending range. A lot of equity here for Adam. He's going to try realize that equity. No one really gets there. Interesting that who has the best hand here. And because he's the only one that can have really 2 pairs or a 4, I wouldn't be shocked to see him lead here to try get the showdown for a cheap price. He could make it like 100 or 125. $140 he goes for. But my sentiment remains the same. Also, occasionally, he could get a hand like 7s, maybe 8s or 9s to fold here. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch. It's hard to... He's not really turning his hand into a bluff. He just doesn't want to get bluffed off his hand, I think is a better way of putting it. Bocklip says, I'll be on co-coms with you, obviously. No. You can do the commentating, mate. I'll take it from here, buddy. Oh. Charles says, you don't want the free drinks you can get in Vegas. They may be watered down, but free alcohol is free alcohol. No, I've got a new rule. Well, it's been my rule for a while now. If I'm playing main events, there is no alcohol. Maybe a glass of red wine with dinner. If I'm feeling frisky, sharing a bottle of wine with someone, that's fine. Maybe a bedtime beer after bagging and tagging. Maybe one little tipple of whiskey before you put the head down. But better off just not doing any of the 3 aforementioned items. Is it not what Kenny Rogers says, to be time enough for drinking when the dealing is done? we see the turn go check here. Ace, king, ace, 5. I was thinking this one is going to get chopped up, but that's 6 of clubs. Changes things. $150 is the bet from the big blind. And I think we just have to pay this off. I don't think we raise. We're not folding. And we've got the best hand. And he'll be happy enough to see that 7 kicker plays. Pretty sick, actually, for Cariti that he doesn't get a chop pot out of this one. That's a nice pickup for the king 7. Proctor says maybe a couple of pints in the morning before day 2. Maybe a single shot during the first break. You used to be able to get away with these things if they were a one-day tournament, or sometimes even they might play the final table on the second day. But these multi-days, and then you think you're fine, and you find yourself in the middle of day 2, and it just hits you like a ton of bricks. It's not worth it. And someone is capital letters into the chat box. How much for forced? €172,000. Deal or no deal? Strata says, know when to walk away, know when you get the runs. And the box says, you never count your bar tab when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for puking when the drinking's done. Yikes. Sounds very appealing. Pocket sixes are out there, no pair, no draw. He hasn't got a set yet, but he does have an open-ender with 32 players remaining now. And that means a pay jump is looming of about €500 between 32nd and 31st place. Turn is a Dewey. Mitrovic betting 100k here on the turn, and Azealia just going to let it go. So with 32 players remaining now, basically have 4 tables of 8. The blinds are now 20, 40, 40. Or they have been for a little while. For a while. So that means with 4 tables of 8, we need to get down to 1 table of 8. And it's going to drag a lot when we get to the last 2 tables. Ron Jetta is back in the house. Like watching this guy play. Like I mentioned many times yesterday, you can hand the mob all the players all you want. A lot of them are going to have at least a few 100k in tournament live cashes. Strata says, I have 1, maybe 2 drinks when doing a full day of cash game poker. Cash game poker is a little bit different, especially very late at night. You don't have to worry about bagging and tagging. Not exactly anyway. And I am fully aware it's not an exact science. Guy seems to love his gin and tonic along with a cigar. So an update the leaderboard. Kazaku's still in front with 63 bigs. Who with 39 in second place. Adam with 36 bigs in third. Azealia with 34. And the rest following in their footsteps. Strata says around a $600 pay jump on the next knockout. We're in euros over here, Stratus, but I'll allow it. We are going from €3,560 to €4,110. Who with top pair here? Jeddah's in the house. Jeddah has a lot of work to do, though. The Jedi. Ron Jedi has a flush draw here. Now, all who needs to do is call. Let Jeddah do the work for him on the river if that's what he wants to do. River is the 6 of diamonds. Now, does Jeddah just shut it down? Stack to pot ratio is 1-to-1. It's going to be tough to get a queen to fold. He knows he can't get a king to fold. He can get some ace highs to fold. Does he just empty the clip here? And if he bets, does he go for this quarter pot sort of a sizing? 120, 140. And he just gets snapped off. That's going to stain. Ron Jedi sending 165k of his stack in the other direction. I'm not sure what he's supposed to do there. Very tough to just give up and check the river. This guy far more experienced than myself. I'm not going to question what he's doing. No pair, no draw says, I like to be sober for tournaments. I like to drink for cash games. Not sure why the distinction. The distinction is that the cash games happen usually only start kicking off after midnight. The good ones anyway. Not at the Kings, obviously. You could start playing at 2 o'clock in the day. It never really stops. But it's much more relaxed, calm atmosphere. People are there to have a good time more so than accumulating big stacks that they can bag and tag. And they're not thinking about how this could end up being a 200k score. They're just hoping to not lose a chunk of change. And even winning a few buy-ins feels sweet because it's usually a couple of K, depending on what stakes you're playing, of course. Bird says, who looks like a player that you can bring on tilt pretty easily? He definitely wears his emotions on his sleeves. Or more than myself. Adam raising to 80k in the hijack. 10, 9 of spades. Zelia in the cutoff here. Pocket fives. I'm going to try flop a set of something to that effect. who also seems like he might be quite superstitious. This guy is a bit of a whack job. Just going to call a spade a shovel here. What the hell is he doing sticking out his tongue? He's going to call the big blind with the queen 8 offsuit for one more big, and we are off to a flop. 10, 7, 6, 2 clubs. Always expect the unexpected at Kings. The fives coming up short. Adam, top pair. Good shot, straight draw. Backdoor spade draw. Who with a good shot, straight draw of his own. Not as pretty looking as the 10-9 of spades, of course. And he doesn't have a pair. $85K is the bet. 85K is the call. Turns the 8 of hearts. And who's going to bet 165 here on the turn? This is to deny equity from a flush draw, from overcard. Also, I'm blue in the face talking about, but this is going to smack his big blind perceived defending range more so than the opening range from the hijack. Although they can both have a lot on this straighty, flushy board, or drawy board, whatever you want to call it. River is the queen of clubs. 800K in this pot now. And that's 250, and Adam snaps them off. Who is also very whimsical, seems to play very fast and in the moment. That is a gift and a curse because your opponents don't know what you're up to because you're doing it so quick. But he's got to be careful. In a tournament like this with a 75-minute clock, you've got all the time in the world to think about your decisions. You really want to take your time with every detail that's going on. He seems to be just not goodwill punting, but needs to think about what he's doing for a moment or two more before executing his strategy, in my opinion. So karate, the 9-7 of diamonds. Raising to 100k, getting called by Mitrovic, who flops a flush. You see a bet and a call on the flop, turns the 6 of spades. And Karate looks to be going into some form of a check call mode. He's only got 16 bigs, so might be forced to just let this one go. 3 clubs on board, and that 6 completes more 2-pair combinations and more straight draws, etc. His hand looking fairly decent on the flop, blind v blind, but now not looking so hot. Will let it go, and that's a good fold. You will see a lot of players don't want to get bullied around there by straight draws, etc. Maybe just a 1 club hand is barreling you off. That's good discipline. Oh, he lack of discipline. Roger going to complete his option here in the small blind. Kazaku's going to check back. And on the turn, Mitrovic is going to check it over. Kazaku is going to barrel him off with the open ender. Takes that one down. Now playing over 2.5 million. No pair, no draw says 5. Seems like a good card to bet again. Agreed. We do see the flop go check here. Hijack against the big blind. 9 queen, 7 queen. Adam going for second check. Perhaps wants to start betting on the turn. Looks like they are both happy to get to showdown. And I think that's a missed opportunity to bet the turn. And if we don't bet the turn, surely we want to bet the river in Adam's shoes. Or the double pair board. Maybe don't want to be betting the river, but that's why I think you should definitely bet the turn. They are talking about it here. I can't exactly hear what they're saying. Ron Jetta going for it here. 5.6 bigs with the ace-10 off suit. Who is going to weigh up his options. Those baby pocket pairs don't play too well in these all-in confrontations. Pay jump has been reached. These all-in confrontations, I mean, from under the gun rips. Although they look to be playing a little bit shorter handed now. Still 7 or 8 handed. Pay jump has been reached to €4,110. The no pair, no draw says, I feel like who is trying to channel his inner Scotty Wynn. Ah, shit, that's actually not a bad comparison. Oh, you call it, it's going to be all over, baby. Octave says he certainly enjoys winning pots. Apocalypse says, okay, Dan, are we ready for today's word of the day? Is it not a bit early for the word of the day? I actually don't know. Go ahead, caller. Under the gun shoves for 9 bigs, and Azealia is in the small with ace-7 suited, and the decision. If this was in a later position, perhaps we would be more willing to entertain calling here. He's going to use one of those time bank cards. He will let it go. Jeddah puts his hand into the muck also. So we do see kings for Azealia on the button. Kazaku out-flopping the kings at kings. With the ace deuce of hearts, ace queen 9 on the flop. Turn is the 5 of diamonds, and now Azealia with no flush draw. The river is a 10. $115 is the bet. This most likely just gets called. And Azealia pretty much losing the minimum there with kings. Kazaku getting a small amount of value on the river. No pair, no draw says, baby, baby, baby. Scotty was always one of my favourites to watch and play. But talk about someone who got a little too hammered often. It's like he was trying to, I suppose he wasn't impersonating him, but there was, used to get Stu Ungar vibes off Scotty. Now, obviously, I wasn't around for Stu Ungar. That book that was wrote about him is unbelievable, actually. If I had a book recommendation. Don't want to steal Apocalypse's thunder. He loves a good book recommendation around here. But that Stu Ungar book is fantastic. Ron Jetta all in for his last 5.6 biggins on the button with King 6 of diamonds. And he's going to get it through, and that's a big pickup. Choo-choo! Adds 100k to his stack. Apocalypse's word of the day is minutia. Minutia. Noun. The ambient feeling of being a human being. A baseline mood that everyone feels intensely every moment of their lives, but can never pin down because we have nothing else to compare it to. Yes, very clever. It's like when someone says life is hard, and I say, compared to what? Get back up, Rock. Get up, you bum. So we have two stacks at this feature that are under 10 bigs. Strata says, so furries have no minutia. Oh, God. We're getting into dark territory there now. A few squirrels lurking around the bushes. Literally always an ace when you have kings, indeed. Stu Ungar was a 1 in a billion type player. Now, you can call him 1 in a billion all you want. He's a 1 in a billion for his time. I don't know how he would fare in modern day society. Oh, no pair, no draw. We've got a set out there. It's not 6s, but it's 5s. 5 will make you get down now. $4.30 in the pot now after it goes bet and call. He will take that down with a second bet. The ace-queen going into the muck. Today seems a bit like it's reeling in the ears. Don't know if you've ever heard of that TV show, very popular Irish TV show where it goes back through every decade and every year in that decade. Worth a look if you've never heard of it. Yappa Snappa says, oi oi lads, how are we all? Oh, we're great, we're mighty, we're flying. Strata says, when not strung out of drugs, Stu seemed to know what everyone had in their hands. Yeah, it's the sports gambling that ruined them, obviously, and the rock star lifestyle, shall we say. Raised to 110 on the button here from who? And Kariti rejamming from the small. And this is going to price out who, but he is going to think about it for a moment or two. Save some face. If this was like 8, 9 bigs, maybe. Oh, wow. He's called. Gambo. This is a very large call here for 11 big blinds more. It's because he's made it the full 3x there, or just under. Ace, 7, 3. And this pot guy is almost 1.2 million. Turn is the 8, giving 2 pair to Kariti. So just the 7 and the 7 only. But it is the 9 of hearts. Big double up. Who's having a lot of swings and roundabouts today so far? Yappa Snap says, good to be here again. Give me a rundown when the action is done for a minute. Strata says, Dan is in fine form as always. I'm not always in fine form. Let's get that clear. Apocalypse is inputting the odd bit of trivia. We need more trivia, actually, on this channel, Apocalypse. I'm all for more questions and answers and words of the day and all things like that. Anything that's question-based, like who wants to be a millionaire without the money, if anyone's getting the extra dollars, surely it should be me. Very good, very good. Dan sounds hyped, not as tired this time. You'd be surprised, buddy. It is only 3:30 in the afternoon. Who fell in love with his suited cards? Yeah, it's because he made it 110k there. He felt like he priced himself in. I just can't do trivia quizzes on top of talking to the chat and watching poker players play for boatloads of cash while I get to sit on the sidelines and commentate for you fine people all around the world. Not one flicker or element of jealousy there in my voice, I swear down. Konstantinos all in for 9 bigs in the hijack with ace-10 off suit. Yappa Snap says almost 3 a.m. here. You must be in Australia. Australia or New Zealand is my guess. Azealia is just going to limp under the gun here. No, I do remember your long chat, our long chat the last time, Yappa Snap. Just easy to get confused between Australia and New Zealand. I thought I done pretty well, all things considered. Not doing as well as Mitrovic here. He's about to get a chunky amount of chips, I would say, because I don't see how Pocket 10s can get away from this. And he's just decided to go with call. I thought he might have come over the top after limping. Good luck getting away from it now on the 6-3 deuce. And somehow this is going to go check in the turn. The 9 of hearts. And now, when we've got 2 10s, we want to be making it about half pot here. Something around 140 sounds good to me. That's 90k. Can get behind that as well. And this guy's going to Hollywood. Mitrovic is just going to call for 90k. And that Queen of Hearts brings in the flush. Puts another overcard out there. Or the only overcard out there too. The Pocket 10s. So he's going to bet. I would say he's going to go for blockerish type sizing. Less than 100k here. Goes for 80. Gets snapped off. I'll tell you what my thinking is about this entire hand. Where is the rest of the pot for Mitrovic? When we check back the flop there, and our opponent leads into us for about quarter pot, I think that's a clear indication that it's time to raise to try get the rest of it by the river. Obviously, you don't want to lose your customer, but with both players check that flop, like you want to try get the stacks in by the river. I don't see much reasoning behind checking back on that flop. Obviously for deception, but if we're going to do that for deception, we need to go for value on that river, or at the very least raise the turn. Zafigu raises to 135. Very pretty. Queen, Jack of Diamonds. And who is not even going to entertaining seeing a flop there? I think he should just raise. I know things haven't been going his way, but that's too good of a hand. Ace 5 suited. Surely wants to come in for a min there and see what happens then. If he's limping, should be with the intention of seeing a flop. I'm not going to be reading all those stuff about the Commonwealth. It's not too long, didn't read. I've asked for questions. Okay, I'll do like a clip notes or something. It's just... In what year did the British Parliament pass the Commonwealth of Australian Constitution Act? We've got Google now is the problem, so people can just... You're excused for any typos. Adam going for a limp this time. We're seeing a decent amount of limping at this feature table. Pressure is well and truly on. Ron Jetta wants to be shoving this with the ace blocker. Rates to have the best hand in a limp pot in this situation, and there's a lot of money to take down pre. Yep, Snap says, oh, I was half right. It's fine, Dan. We can read them. It's a loaded question. Speaking of loaded, yeah. Going down to load up a sandwich on this break. I'm going to find me some berries. And I need to walk and feed the dog. How am I supposed to do all these things, guys? All vote now. Pocket says, I knew the answer before Googling the explanation, but wanted a paragraph to add. Why type when you can copy and paste? Yappa wants to know what I'm having on your Sanga. I've got some leftover steak from yesterday. There's also some form of bolognese down there, but then I'll be very bad at commentating if I eat pasta. We wouldn't want that now, would we? So I will whip or snap or anything I can together, really. Stratus knows me too well. I'm not having any chicken today. The chicken is gone. Konstantinos is going to lead here on the turn, and I think this is going to be too much of a hand here for Kazaku. He can beat some draws. Granted, he doesn't have a pair. It sucks when we call here and we get shown a pair because it just diminishes the amount of outs we can have. It is 7 big blinds, but I feel like we're getting too good of a price. The big blind can have hands as well. See, ace 3 and ace 5, the suited varieties should rejam pre. So he does make the correct call. River is the jack. And we do say goodbye to Konstantinos in 29th place. And that means 28 players remaining now. Mitrovic is raising to 80k here with the king-queen offsuit from early position with 28 players remaining now. Quick maths would indicate we're going to have 4 tables of 7. Top pair here for Kazaku and Mitrovic. We could see some chips go in the middle here, folks. So with 5:30 in the middle now, Kazaku's going to check behind because he also has the ace of hearts. And enough flush here for Kazaku. Mitrovic hating this run out. His top pair going from bad to worse. And he can only really beat a bluff now. And he will take that one down with a bet. In a way, the King-Queen getting saved. Yappa Snap says, love a cold steak the next day. I think I'm going to just go down, get a coffee and some berries, Yappa Snap. And then when they do the redraw with 24 players remaining, I am going to try make some... Just throw the steak in the pan with some mushrooms and some cheese and eggs. Now that seems like a good combo. And then we just scratch the sambo for now. No sanga just yet. Stratus says, make 2 of everything. Feed half of what you make to the dog. Then take the dog outside. Then tie the leash to the tree. On the next break, bring the dog back in. He's already outside. But yet, that's man of the match now, that kind of a comment. Brilliant. Jeddah with a monster here in the cutoff. The Jabricadas. His hand is so strong that he's going to use it as a min raise off 9 bigs. And he's going to show. It's okay to show people that you've got a nutted hand there, but then you've got to mix in a few min raise folds. Otherwise, when we are raising off this stack size, we are just going to be nutted. And that could be a dead giveaway. And Yappa Snappa asked me, what doggo you got, Dan? He's a collie. They call him Rocky, but I call him Ricky, because then I can shout, Ricky! Ricky! Poor dog doesn't know what's going on. I tell you what he does know what's going on. He needs to be fed. Today you got to choose between being fed and being walked. He's getting fed first, and he might get a quick trip to the green. We've got 4-way action here with the 8-6 deuce. Three diamonds hits the turn. The set here for Azealia. Going to decide how to get some money in the middle. Did you want to slow play this one? Oh, geez, I just realized who has turned the set. 4-way action. Seen the 7-5, seen the set of deuces. Missed that this 3 on the turn gives who a better set. This is some sick illness. This could be hand of the day so far. Azealia raising to 275. Little does he know he's up against it. And who is going to Hollywood here? Hollywood who just calls. Now, geez, just calling there is almost like a dead giveaway. Not that I'm going to be folding a set of deuces here on the river anytime soon. But he nearly wants to just go over the top because it's... Is he really calling 275 without a monster here, knowing Azealia only has 235 behind? And who could nearly quadruple up here? He could have the guts of 2 million. I can't work out the exact size. There's 840 in the pot. He's got 400 behind, and he's called 275. And Mitrovic needs to get out of the way now. River is the 9 of spades. And that's not a great card. Does complete some straights, etc. But we do have a set. It's hard enough to flop a pair and hold them, never mind a set. And who puts them all in, eliminates Azealia. And who scoops the booty is now playing 1.485 million. Wow, what a hand. Some funny comments coming in here. Jeez, the chat is hopping on a Monday. It must be doing something right. Stratus, there's no cigar for me for this break. I am at work. I cannot be away from the desk that long. This guy loves his cigars. Yappa Snap says, tell one of the players who went all in with King K9 and busted it. There will be punishment for playing the dog hand is to walk the dog till the next break. Of course the 7-5 would have got there. And Mikovic has had a straight, yeah, but he just couldn't hang around. Although he's nearly getting the right odds. If he had a flush draw to go with it or something. It's because if he calls there a straight draw and a heart rolls off, it's just that more likely his opponent is going to have a flush, or one of the two opponents is going to have a flush. And now Ron Jetta with 12 bigs. Let's see what he does. Wow, just going to fold King 8 suited in the hijack. I thought that that would have been a good enough hand for him to V-pip. Dan Fox is in the house saying, oh my God, I tuned in at the right time. I think so. Nice to have you with us, Dan Fox. Mitrovic is going to complete his option with the 10-8 offsuit. Glad I could see this. Tramstar says, I think the fold was good because he's short stack, and to pay 250k just to see two cards is too much, I would say. It is, but it's also because there's two hearts on board. Unless I read the board incorrectly. If another heart rolls off, and we have a straight, we could be losing to a flush, so that's another reason. Yeah, there was a flush draw out there. MJ in the house is just joining in. Hope you got some sleep, Dan. I did. The problem was I couldn't sleep for ages last night. Then when I did sleep, to scrape myself out of the bed with 15 minutes to spare, where I needed about 2 hours to walk the dog and prepare my meals, etc. So although I've slept and I'm in great form, I've got some catching up to do, shall we say. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. And speaking of which, this is, spoiler alert, going to be the last hand before the break, and I've got some running around to do. Dogs need feeding. Hogs need feeding too. Pocket says walk the dog. Is that what it's called nowadays? Yes. Pocket 5 is going to take that one down, and that was a very exciting opening few frames. It was nearly 3 hours. We're going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes. Things are just heating up. What a day of poker we have in store. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Well, the rubber's meeting the road right now.
Yes, it is.
Current on-tap payout, 48,700 euros. It's going to stay that way for the next 3 visits to the desk. And then a not at all insignificant jump of, let's call it 11,000 euros, 59,400. Band begins at 15th place on down to 12th. 11th and 10th will be worth 74,000 apiece, and then the final table, 9th through 1st, and you'll see pay jumps with each elimination as Zidek
515.
makes his bid to avoid being among the eliminated. King 7 suited. Button jam.
And Tomasowski's even thinking it through with King Deuce suited. I like the fold, but it's reasonable to think about it.
Now Kamoshi.
515,000.
Already big blind and big blind Annie invested.
Yeah, just a 9 high. Like he's
Suited,
interested.
Chewy, suited.
I know, I see it. And spades are hot.
Well, I'll tell you who's going to be hot. Zidek, if somehow this King 7 of hearts gets showered against 9-5 of spades. But no, with 5 to come, we're shy of a 3-2 favorite. It isn't the biggest of margins.
Indeed.
Threats looming as Kamoshi has 2 clean cards. And that is a dirty flop. Queen 9-6, 1 heart. Kamoshi in front.
Give him an 8 or a 10. Okay, that's
Okay.
this is respectable.
10 of hearts.
9 of diamonds.
Zidek picks up the flush draw. The gut shot. The king works as well. And instead, it's a 5 of diamonds. Zidek says his goodbyes to the remainder of the field.
Good game, sir.
Break after this hand? Yeah. It's ridiculous. 15 hours of play and we get like 9 minutes of break.
Yeah, but they made too many breaks.
Sorry?
They made too many breaks also, like half an hour.
We had like more break than play in the last couple of hours.
Ace queen for Gooms in the cutoff. Predictable open. Just the minimum. Tomescu, after picking him up back-to-back, now needs to consider whether or not he wants to try to take the post-flop waters. Jack-9 suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, or perhaps a triple threat.
You think it's a candidate?
It's possible. I mean, he's against a cutoff raise.
Wow.
He agrees.
Somehow
1.5 now, right? Yeah.
you sniffed out this jam, and a quick call from Gooms, who covers, and Tomescu.
Good luck, Jody.
You know, part of, for me, the argument against this move would have been the fact that I just worked my way into an all-in in the last two hands, and just the opposition's going to be like, really, guy? 3 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a tough parlay.
Well, you can
know.
always try to sell. I didn't have it those first 2 times, but I really got it now.
Yeah, that's a tough sell at times, and the 8-8 deuce board is going to make things even tougher for Tomescu to stick around.
I was also somewhat
The 8 of spades.
biased by Andrian having made that similar play.
6 of spades on the turn, and all of a sudden Tomescu's got himself flush draw.
Added equity, indeed.
Look at all those outs at the top of your screen, and then look at the 3 of hearts and say goodbye to the Romanian, who, just as we had observed so much patience, looking like it was finally being rewarded, he got a little ahead of himself. No criticism of the play, obviously. Cutoff
Absolutely.
opens out of Gooms could very well have contained things that would have laid down, but instead, we will fight on absent Mr. Tomescu.
Like that, and then and up
Some casinos.
or
A
even
roulette
worse.
shark?
Yeah, truly.
Can squid go squid?
You started there
He
with
bought
50
roulette
guys.
wheels and
No,
actually,
he
like,
played 500,
Yeah, he would just
500.
ran
study.
roulette sims?
Oh, somebody said 150
Yeah,
was
the
a
old-fashioned
half
way.
difference, But I mean, it's
No,
not a really good for difference.
What a
500.
legend.
It does sound fun, like the physics of it, watching the ball bounce around.
Then
Can't
also,
really be. I
they
mean, the
developed, like,
thing's
you need
spinning
to
one
develop
way, the
300
ball's
instead.
going the other. Come on. Really?
And then was
I don't
like,
know.
okay,
I mean,
You had the chance
apparently it
to
worked
put
for
in
him.
What,
Oh,
and then he just
it's
quit?
No, so he was actually,
Busted.
yeah, he was sought after for his antics.
What do you mean by sought after?
I think people were unhappy with him.
What do you mean people?
Casino representatives, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know all the specifics. I read it a while ago, but I can vouch for the efficacy or the, perceived edge.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of Lake Mead potentially right now, Chewy?
No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
that's old school resolution.
This was an Englishman. I don't think he came across the pond. At least, he didn't stay over here.
Are you suggesting he's at the bottom of the English Channel, Chewy?
No, I think he's living happily in the countryside with all of his winnings.
Okay.
Perhaps still just enjoying the spin of the ball.
Well, Ilani enjoying top pair here as digging in against Andrian's aggressions from the button. He works his way into top pair versus bottom pair. 200K C-bet being chewed on.
Oh my. Ilani now deeply troubled by this third 8.
I mean, one can't blame him for proceeding with caution, but it isn't like he was worried about running into trips in this spot, which is
course.
exactly where he finds himself so improbably versus Andrian, who rates to add damages to what has already been the pre-flop and the flop sizing.
There is like 3 with 3 million. There is like 3 people with 3 million. There, 1 with 2.
And a healthy 600 being sprinkled out.
This guy
Have to
with
imagine Ilani is going nowhere with his king.
3, 3.
Although, the king with the kicker on board, we can understandably start to put ourselves in a bluff-catching situation, if not chopping.
So, check calling 600 and now looking up at a queen, which improves our kicker from the 10. North a couple of clicks, but really uncomfortable potential sizings could greet Ilani on this river.
What are we thinking? 1.5, 1.6? 1.8 maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, this
That's
is tough.
exactly where we're at. 2/3-ish.
1.8.
So for Ilani at this point, he really has to dig deep to figure out what are the kinds of hands that Andrian could be bluffing with, and how likely is it that he has those hands. The 6 could potentially interfere with some of those straight draws that we're firing away, and he does get away from it pretty quickly. Nicely done.
Seven three suited doesn't rate to P. Oh wait, hang on. When the glasses speak, you know we just may be
we
making our
must defer.
decisions based on that. No, stop it. Behave. Now a king on the button, not lost on Tamasauskas, is the value of this kit.
Yeah, I think this is enough. As previously discussed, all that money up top. We do have to play to win a bit.
Not all, but most. Deployed for a second time by Tamasauskas as he tries to keep his head above water. Jack 6, not a candidate. We're going to see some stalling right about now, Shui. I mean, we
Well, I
are
think-
one removed from the immediate paid jump, but obviously,
I think that's what's happening. Although it's interesting. Oh my.
all of a sudden, never mind the stalling.
All in.
Ilani can speed his chips into the middle. And
Yeah.
For Tamasauskas, this is demoralizing. Decisions were always foregone. Conclusions, and the King 8 does have one overcard to the Jacks, but for Vladas, perhaps the bell tolls.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle here.
Thank you. King 8 against Jacks. Just a king. Black king is good.
ג'קים לקינג 8 שלו. קינג 8.
Updates being provided to the rail. 1.7 million in the middle. No king, though. Queen 10-5.
He'll take a jack now, though.
King is
Yeah.
still good.
Instead, the board pairs and the light flickers. Can the Lithuanian find a cowboy to stay alive?
Good game.
Nope.
Good game, sir.
GG's issued.
Always a tough competitor.
רד רף,
Listen,
Yeah, redraw.
if I'm in the rest of the field, I see this man on his feet stepping out of the arena. I'm feeling a little bit better about my chances.
Absolutely.
Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
Straight away.
nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. Di Persio in 16th for the first of the 59,400 euro payouts. Meanwhile, back at the feature table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with king queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace king or ace queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace king,
Well,
here we are.
King Queen suffers from things that Ace King does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which Boyevich is kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision quite simple for Berggren to depart, and Marcinkowski's going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And when we're here playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette. And the wheel lands in favor of Boyevich. Ace high board. Neither player reacting. They've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward Boyevich's ace-king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one. Bites the dust. Here in the main on this occasion, Marcinkowski, 15th.
What did you feel, Tubbs?
Then, like, taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired and, like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Wow. 6. 13.
I think yeah.
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Aishan was already
Die checks nochmal verlieren, stimmt?
No.
2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
Yes, baby. No.
Oh!
No.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
You king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
You queen
available
by
as
you.
well.
Ace.
I think you would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
Alrighty, folks, we are back. We are live. It's day 3 of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It is myself, Action Man Dan, Irish pundit and broadcaster, back in the boot, 2025. It's Small blind is 25k, big blind is 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. That's 25, 50, 50. You see in the top right hand corner of your screen, 27 players remaining now out of a starting entry field size of 1,110. Average stack getting very close to 42 big blinds, my favorite number. Yappa Snap says, look, Dan, just remember, you lock a human in a car boot and open it the next day, they will punch you. I'd say they do more than punch you if they're still alive. Lock a dog in a boot and come back and they still love you. Yeah. Poor Ricky, though. He needs a companion. We've yet to find him one. I think that's all I've missed. These breaks seem to be getting shorter and shorter, especially when I'm out there making sure a dog doesn't get out through the gate. I'm just dipping in and out here for a moment. I'm going to mill these berries into my body and I'll be good to go. I am hovering on the sidelines nonetheless. All right, lads, we've eaten the berries. We are back. Mockingbird says, what's the prism next to who? That indicates how long players have to act on each decision. So when he clicks it, it resets to 30 seconds. And then after that 30 seconds has expired on certain streets, you have to use time bank cards to continue. This way, it speeds up the game and stops players unnecessarily tanking for long periods and durations of time. Thank you for your question. 27 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,800, all chasing that first prize tomorrow of €172,000. And there will be a lull in the action when we get to the last two tables because there are 10 tickets up for grabs for the World Series of Poker Europe main event taking place at the King's Resort later on this year. Oh, he means the little trinket. Oh, well, that's his own lucky thing, I guess. Can't really talk much about that. I don't know. A lot of players like to have something lucky at the table with them, or whatever way they see it. It could be given from the family, or you know, it's just a card protector. Whatever's clever, whatever works for you, Trevor. Peculiar Invictus, what's up, buddy? He says, do all tourneys and kings now have shot clock or only WSOP? I think it's just WSOP. Not used to seeing the shot clocks in many of the other events. Maybe some of the bigger ones. It's funny you asked me that question, and you think I should know the answer inside out and back to front. To the best of my knowledge, I've been watching a lot of live poker, you see, over the Christmas and stuff as well. There's no shot clock for all the smaller ones. Maybe it's 1K and above they start adding in the shot clock. Hope that answers your question. Our survey says. Kazaku going for a chunky 3-bet here. 4x it looks like. And this puts a lot of pressure back on Mitrovic. I originally said it was a chunky 3-bet, but it's standard enough when there's an open and a call. But there you see the power of the chunky 3-bet. Mitrovic forced to fold a hand as strong as pocket eights. I'm trying to think if the best course of action there for the pocket eights off, I think it is exactly 20 big blinds, would be to shove. Those hands like 6s, 7s, and 8s play pretty well as a jam. So it is Kazaku against Adam. The ace-9 against the pocket eights. "25 players remaining now, and that means we are one elimination away from the redraw as far as I can tell. And when there's 24 players remaining, we will go on a break for a redraw. I will go eat some meat. Then we will come back with 3 tables of 8 and play down to the final 9. There will also be a redraw at 16. So redraw are at 24 and 16 today. He will take that one down. So with 25 players remaining now, no pay jump to worry about until we reach 22. All players have locked up €4,800. Average stack 2.22 million. Like I keep saying, after every frame, it is 75-minute clock. These players have all the time in the world. One of the best structures you'll find anywhere in Europe, or indeed the world, for a 1K. Incredible. Adam raising to 110 here with pocket 9s, and Kazaku is going to call in the big. Not much in it for the 4-3 suited. Does turn a flush draw, however. Pairs the board. Adam checking back on the flop. Straight for Adam. Going to try get tin value. Well, not tin value from a straight, but tin value as in a call from his opponent there. Rivering the straight. Trying to get a crying call from a jack or something like that. Not this time, buddy. The 4-3 suited. Not getting there. Top pair for Mitrovic with his king queen, sub 20 bigs. I still think he might have been best playing those eights as a jam. Although these days, shoving 20 bigs is nearly too much over an open. Can be seen as too high variance. Ron Jetta rejamming over the top of Mitrovic, and Mitrovic is going to be priced in here for 6.7 big blinds total, just 4.7 bigs more to call. These graphics are great. We have everything so precise and exact. Exactamundo. Mitrovic does turn a flush draw, however. Ron Jedi needing a hold. He gets it. Squeaky bum time there coming into the river to dodge some clubs. Clubs to death. But it wasn't to be. Ron Jedi survives, doubles up. Very big moment for him in this tournament. He's now playing 14 bigs, spin and win. And the big blind wants to be re-jamming here. I don't know if this is too wide of an open for my liking. It is too wide of an open for my liking. Now, granted, he's going to have a decent amount of fold equity, but with 9-8 offsuit and just after doubling up, I might just pick a better spot and let this go. Having said that, if the blinds are going to play very honestly, Ron Jetta isn't going to miss a spot to try pick up the blinds and antes in any way, shape, or form. Rangetta tries to steal it. The jig is up. Checks behind the turn. River is the 5 of diamonds. And now Cariti definitely wants to go for some form of value. How much you decide. Somewhere around 150, 175 seems like a good choice to me. Goes for 150. Jetta gets out of the way. Smiles all around. And Cariti shows him the king. So who goes for 110k? Rangetta going back to his bin raising ways. Got a great hand to do it with. His hand is so strong, he could nearly just jam 12 bigs into hijacks, just has so much equity. But he feels like it's better to use this as a min raise, try get the blinds to come along. It sucks, and I mean sucks, if we get rejammed there, because our hand has so much equity in an all-in situation. So to raise fold off 12 bigs seems no bueno to me. But in a tournament like this, you're not going to be getting exploited by these rejams too often. So therefore, he feels there's more merit to using that in his min-raise folding range. I can get behind both. With sub 13 blinds, I think I just ram and jam, grip and rip. Mitrovic is going to jam 13 bigs with the 5s. Folded around to Kazaku on the button. He's queen off suit, and he will take it down. Uncontested. Jetta not going to be defending with 9-3 off suit anytime soon. Cariti with the min raise with the Queen Jack suited. Mitrovic putting a stop to this rejamming for 15 bigs. King Queen suited. Standard stuff here by both players. Got to open, got to rejam. Some players might decide to just call the hijack. I prefer calling maybe in the cutoff or the button. I just think overall it plays better as a rejam. So Kazaku having a stranglehold here on the feature table with 42% of all the chips in play. 82 big blinds. Adam in second place with 42 bigs. Mitrovic with 20. Cariti with 19. Who with 19. And Ron Jetta not quite in the danger zone. Has a lot of work to do, but with a 75-minute clock, no need to panic. Still playing 12 big blinds. Apocalypse has given us a 5-minute warning for question 2 in today's quiz, which has possibly expired. I don't know how many questions you're planning on, but go ahead, caller. The question should be, how wet did I get whilst going outside for 5 minutes to feed a dog? The answer, drenched. Two pair for the big blind. $125 is the bet here on the turn with the 2 pair. Kazaku checks back to call turn. $5.25 in the middle. We see the river. There is the 7 of hearts. We block the straight, which is quite nice with the 9s. Live to fight another day. Just check back. A couple of pots haven't gone Kazaku's way, but some of the bigger ones have. That's why you see him with 3.85 million. $80K is the bet on the Jack 5 deuce from Adam. Kariti decides to just call pre with pocket 9's. Turn is an ace. Music to Adam's ears, not so much if you are the small blind. 2 over cards to your pocket pair now. Adam will take that one down with a bet. All smiles. Apocalypse's quiz question number 2. Which of these space exploration missions is the odd one out and why? A. Phoenix. B. Mars. Pathfinder is C. And D. Curiosity. I don't know why that says Juno. Oh, Mars, Pathfinder. C. Juno. D. Curiosity. My apologies. Word quits. No, I'm saying says Mars. It doesn't exist. One more time. Fucker says they all exist. Seems a bit like Schrodinger's cat over here. I don't know. Brady in the cutoff min raising. 21 bigs. And going to say this could be a good spot for Kazaku to 3-bet light. We haven't seen much of this 3-betting light, but he has all the chips to do it with. Leverage Kariti's entire stack. He's in such an awesome position here with such a large stack that it's just very difficult for Kariti to continue. Even if he does have positional advantage, it's just going to be too much of a stack to call. It's another 225. At some point, we have to make a stand. Like Queen Jack suited here, I think we have to call. Queen 10 suited, Queen 9 suited, Jack 10 suited. Maybe we start letting these hands go. This is some work I was doing over Christmas about tightening up my 3-bet calling ranges, even if we are in position of stack sizes around that 20 to 25 big blind zone. And if we are getting bullied and exploited too often, we can actually start 4-bet ripping hands like Queen 10 suited. But it is risky business. Got to know your customer. If they're 3-betting us willy-nilly, it's going to actually be very profitable and better to fold or call. It's actually going to be best to 4-bet rip. Now, having said that, this ain't no average Mickey Mouse tournament. Kitty game is down the street. We're playing for €172,000. There's a 75-minute clock. You don't really need to be taking these moves. It is very high variance. But hey, I'm here to play devil's advocate. Got some comments coming in here. We're back. We're talking about Star Trek now. Get out the Klingons. Worf will be into the chat to say hello momentarily. ECW King with the Juno, where I can get a little drinky poo. No one has it, so I'll give it away. Juno is the odd one out, as all the other 3 are associated with Mars. Juno with Jupiter. Jeez, man. You didn't hold back on trying to find one of the most difficult questions you could think of. Like, who gets that one down? Like I said, you want to start rejamming off the sub 20 bigs. We're seeing a lot of flatting going on. Nice pick up there for who? We do see a huge hand developing here. Ron Jetta is all in with ace 10, and this could be curtains for Ron Jetta. Adam with 2 blackjacks. This happened very quickly. Queen 6-4 is the flop. No ace on board. Ron needing help. Turn is a 7. He's down to 1 card, lads. Could be about to lose. Ron Jedi in 25th place. River is a king. We have lost a very, very confident young man, Ron Jedi. I'm sure we will be seeing him back very soon. Really like commentating on his play, and he is one to watch out for in 2025. That means 24 players remaining now. We will be playing 1 or 2 more hands before going on another break for a redraw. And I'm going to get me some dinner. Maybe. Oh, it looks like we're going on a break right now for 15 minutes. It's not the final day, ECW King. Tomorrow is the final day. I think there was a typo. I seen break after hand 86, but we are going on a break now. See us all in about 15 minutes.
Influences our decisions before we decide to take
Don't go
flops.
anywhere. I'm going to keep it right here.
Yes, and
You all
also the nature of 4-betting. They may just come right back over the top.
I mean, such behavior is more available to certain characters at the moment than others. That is
Truly.
without question. And I'm not just talking stylistically, but just in terms of stack depth and the topic that we have now introduced for the first time, the ICM pressure, independent chip modeling, whereby the game is sort of expressed in terms of real cash value of our stack.
Yeah. I think the most helpful way to think about that is different players are going to have
Yes.
different preferences in terms of how much risk they want to take against various other players. So, for example, the deeper stacks in Kamoshi and Ilani, as we see here, are going to be particularly cautious against Simone because they are covered and they have, you know, very playable chip stacks. Whereas, as we spoke, the shorter chip stacks are going to be more willing to take on risks.
So here we are with Kamoshi's King 9 suited, picking up Ilani's Jack 7 of diamonds, and I don't need to explain who's done better on this board. Jack high flush right away. Ilani knuckles over. Kamoshi has dust.
Check.
Snap checks back. Now 4th diamond on the board. Really unpleasant sight for Ilani as he's got the 3rd nuts. Any naked king or queen of diamonds would have him beaten right now. Although I'm not sure, absent the follow-through bet from Kamoshi, how concerned Ilani will be about
No, I didn't check.
Kamoshi having either of those cards.
For sure. And I mean, the ace is certainly a card that could pair
135.
Kamoshi, so it could be good. Do see a tiny bet here. An interesting situation for Ilani because he should expect his hand to almost always be good. He does just call. But this does look like the type of bet where Kamoshi could be betting with an ace to just take showdown. It's plausible, given the small size. Does Ilani want to lead? No. He just checks it over. And at this point, Kamoshi knows he can't win at showdown. So the decision really just becomes, do we want to try to get our opponent to fold an ace? Maybe a small diamond.
600.
Well, there's your
bet
answer.
600.
No, sorry. I said 6. Yeah. Sorry.
By the way, a really great opportunity to illustrate the importance of declaring verbally your intention when depositing chips in the pot. That would have been a misclick
Yeah.
to what I believe was 1.5. But
Oh, was it that big?
Three
Wow.
purples, I think, is what he had thrown in there. Maybe not. It could have been 1.1. I don't know.
That would be
but
costly.
Yeah, very much so.
And it's interesting for Ilani. I mean, oh wow, he does fold it. Incredible. Kamoshi, nicely done.
Top 1.
Kamoshi all smiles, of course.
Forse era meglio che flat.
I really like Thomas Hauskas's game. Very methodical.
Yeah, throughout the course of play yesterday, I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, really just found the spots, made the most of the hands he was dealt,
160.
and didn't draw a
Nice.
lot of attention to himself in the process, just content to do his bidding. King 9 of spades, paying a visit to Ron Ilani, dominating the Queen Jack of spades for Razai.
Let's see if Razai can win with King 9 of spades and against it. Well, this time he's going to have the lesser of the 2 spade holdings. This is an interesting spot for Hochheim.
Raising flat in front of him. Using the cutoff with a baby suited ace.
Yeah, I think I like this fold. It's not so pleasant to be coming in as the 3rd player with the baby ace, despite it being suited. Let's see if Svach wants to play. He does not.
Seven, 8 offsuit can close the action at a discount. Off of 1.2 though, every little chip counts. Is this
Sure
compulsory,
does.
Chewy?
No, I think I like this decision to fold. Sometimes these middling cards can really get us in trouble when we're up against a player who's called a middle position raise and middle position themselves. Oh
So
my.
his exit allows the most improbable of things to take place. 6-3 deuce, all spades, flush over flush.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Ilani immediately sitting up in his seat. And so interesting that he ran that massive bluff just moments earlier on that 3 club board. This time 3 spades out there, and yeah, unless a 4th spade comes or some other unusual circumstances, like maybe running 6s or whatnot, this is gonna be painful for Mr. Razai.
Yeah, no question about it. Do you feel as though the pre-flop raisers checking board textures such as this typically are doing so in a very honest manner, unlike what we see here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think a lot of players will proceed somewhat cautiously on this type of board. He is just slow playing, though. Okay.
Board does pair on the turn after Razai, understandably, with the queen high spades barreled 150 and got called.
I'm actually somewhat surprised to see Ilani just calling on the flop. I would imagine a lot of Razai's hands are going to be pocket pairs or hands with a single spade. More so pocket pairs. And I would think we want to start extracting value from those straight away.
And that pursuit comes in the form of 580, says Razai.
And I think at this point, now we probably just want to call.
If you're Ilani?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if Razai's bluffing, we certainly don't want to fold him out. And the question we always have to ask ourselves when we raise a hand like this is, what kinds of hands might we be able to sell to our opponent that we could be bluffing with? If he had a bare king of spades, maybe. It's possible. He did make that very aggressive play moments earlier. It seems he agrees.
Yeah, there's the flat. Another 1,060,000 into the middle. You see Daniel looking over as if to say, what exactly would compel you to do this? There are going to be some non-spade overpairs, I would imagine, Chewy, that are involved in this behavior.
Yeah, definitely pocket pairs spring to mind as the exact sort of holding that Razai would look to be getting value from here. And Ilani lucky to dodge a fourth spade or a third three. This should lead to him getting paid in full. Assuming he does check it over, but in any case. And I think the decision for Mr. Razai is basically just, does he want to bet all of Ilani's chips or most of them? Clearly we see this is a dark road to be traveling down, but from his perspective, a queen high flush seems as if it's the nuts.
So he jams, and obviously the pair on board, occasional concerns, nut flush, occasional concerns, but Ilani does stick it in there, and how delighted will he be to see a queen high flush, and you see Razai just flicking.
It's a tough one.
That hand into the bin.
Tried to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty. Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace jack.
Facing
This
a
is
consecutive open now from the chip leader. Maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Shmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive
break,
that he's
right?
shifted gears, but Kolozar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar,
Supposed to be
in an
60,
awful
then
way,
30,
unbeknownst,
No, 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 structure, I told him I was
I think
like,
Kolzar
"You don't need
having
an hour."
having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long. too.
people tend to lean the
No?
3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly
You can go
worse
to the button
post flop.
there, you don't have a reservation
yeah,
at the restaurant,
it's
so
pretty
you'll be
ace-jack
done
of
eating in
diamonds.
20 minutes anyway.
I want to have a nice walk outside of the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar to
It's not pumping enough, just up
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolozar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pair in the nut flush draw over here. Little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. 104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolzar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the jack, you have showdown value inherently. So just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolozar. Shmeko draws dead. No justice.
Shmeko gives the little knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolzar's probably looking for an amount where he could get his, he checks back. Wonderful play.
Really
Doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
What's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
river?
that's right.
And if you're Schmiko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolesar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolesar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Schmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
No, by the way, zero hesitation. Schmeko understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolesar, and quite content.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. I'm live. I'm just in time to see Renee Schnitzler raising to 105k. Min raise with a little bit of cheese on top. With the aces. Usually Renee is a lady's name, but I can't see their face, but it looks to be a beard. Oh God, I'll just dig a hole for myself here. And then Giuseppe Tarsia, who had some moves in the later proceedings last night. Yes, we do indeed see a beard. Few. Ace 7-8 is the flop. Set of aces for Schnitzler. They will take that one down with a small bet. Hope you all enjoyed the break. It's getting into evening time now. Day 3, €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit. No Limit Hold'em main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Action Man Dan here in the booth. Speaking of boots, make sure you've got your winter boots on you there. It's pretty chilly out, or at least some extra pairs of fluffy socks. Do have a brand new lineup here. Who is still in the mix? We have 3 Italianos, Marco, Giuseppe, and Alessandro. We have Ole, who you might remember from last night. Daniel Ihani. Ihani is your chip leader with 63 bigs. We're playing a 75-minute clock. Bonnie at the bottom of the leaderboard there in second place. Looks like he's flying the flag for the Czech Republic still. 23 players remaining now. We play down to the final 9 tonight. We'll have another redraw when we reach 16. Greetings if you're tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. I realize there's some of you who might be trying to contact me via YouTube. I just can't have 2 platforms open and trying to commentate at the same time. We have no way of policing over on YouTube, so it works better on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. We have a regular following. They're not people just dropping in and out. They're there for the long haul. So that's where you'll find us if you want to interact. I am trying to not leave you out, of course. Who is all in over the top? I did see one point saying, oh, that would be too much to jam with 19 bigs total with the 8s before the break when there was a raise. I said, I think it might play best as a jam because these middling pairs are really good pre, but they're not so hot on the flop a lot of the time. Action Army on Twitch we've built over the last few years. Poker Room Kings is where you can find us. And who will take that one down with a rejam pre? It's that time of the night where I've eaten my meal and I am going to be digesting for the next few moments. Really must be doing terrible things to my stomach trying to cook and eat in a 15-minute window. I just don't want to in any way ignore YouTube. There's way too many people just dropping in and out all the time. So I do try to keep an eye on the chat box, but it's very difficult to do both. Especially when I am a one-man band. If I had a co-commentator, perhaps he or she could check on the YouTube. I will remain loyal to Twitch. But YouTube needs to get an honourable mention. No pair, no draw said, I'm glad you're on Twitch. When the other poker stream is live, they only respond on YouTube and ignore Twitch. Well, isn't that great that I never ignore Twitch? Who has been on the edge of elimination but finds ways to hang on? Yeah, a few times. Blinds are still 25, 50, 50. Average stack, guys, is nearly 50 big blinds right now. Apocalypse wants to know what was dinner today. The leftover steak that was supposed to go into an omelette this morning. The leftover steak was supposed to be cooked with eggs on the second break. The leftover steak that went into the leftover bolognese that was supposed to be heated up at the break, and then it wasn't heated up, so I had to heat it up. It was just something like the Cookie Monster. The Cookie Monster eating his cookies, going ham. And Renee checking the river here. We'll just be hoping to get the showdown with a pair of fives. Stratus says YouTube does not have these fantastic mods and stimulating people like me in the chat. We do have some fantastic moderators. I'd be lost without them. I do give them a shout out every day, but you know who you are. And some of the ultimate regs on this channel are basically like moderators. They're always dropping by and they won't take any crap from other people if they drop in when the moderators aren't around. You should be getting paid at this stage, lads. No pair, no draws at these super high stake games. They now all play like zombie robots, not as entertaining to watch. Yeah. I'm anything. It depends on the buy-in there. No pair, no draw. EPTs are still super entertaining to watch. I am dug into the 25k GG that was in the Bahamas before Christmas. I'm all the way up to day 4 coverage, but I stopped abruptly around, let's say it was Christmas Eve, and I've yet to get back to it. So that's on my list. And I'll be checking it twice. Shadow says the steak that the dog was not allowed to even sniff. I actually portion controlled about a third of the steak away for the dog. I thought about you when I was doing it, Stratus. Three-way action to the flop, King 9-4. Again, now that we had the redraw, I'm not as familiar with some of the players left. These Italians are growing. They're gaining strength in numbers, and it's not too far away for the Italian poker sport, you know. That one's going to have a 2 million guarantee. Last year, I remember doing a couple of 15-hour streams in that one. Lord hear us. Tarsi betting 105. Alessandro going to call 105 with a good shot, straight draw. Some backdoor capabilities. 410 in the middle as we hit the turn. Bird is one of the most awesome of mods. I don't like differentiating between any moderators. You've all played your part in different ways. You know who you are by now. Do miss the Italian. Bob the Italian donkey. I did message him telling him I'm going to learn Italian and come over to find out where my ancestors are from and visit them in the process. So Bird is always here. He's always ghosting around. All you should do is give him a caw and he just appears. It's great. Speaking of appearing, the Jack of Clubs appears on the river, giving Alessandro straight. He's got about 275. It's a great river. Tarsia. It's out of the way, and Alessandro will take that one down. What the Bird say? I am here. I just let it go impossible, and I take action when needed. Good man, Bird. Richie says, OMFG, I've been offline for 2 hours and still no one busted. Still 23 players. It's going to be one of them kind of days, Richie. A lot of money on the line. 75-minute clock, 10 tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe main event up for grabs, and you want to make that FT to play for the guts of €200,000, 172,000 for the winner tomorrow. So if you think there's a bit of a lull in the action, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait until we get down to the last two tables. Every decision magnified. Four-way action here. Lots going on. Marco is going to bet. His sixes very ambitiously into three other players. Pocket six is taking that down. Oh, pair no draw says pocket sixes. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see a c-bet into three people there, but realizing he's got range advantage from opening under the gun. Not a c-bet I would make into three players with two overcards and an ace out there. One of the overcards being the ace, of course. Oh, pocket sixes again for Daniel this time. Who raised to 125. Daniel gonna call, and Renee. Not quite Zellweger. Schnitzler. The Kings of Kings. Gonna make a 400k to go. Renee taking that one down, 3.24 mil. He's now playing. The other two players getting out of dodge. I will be back in just a second. Back just in time. Catch up with the action here. It looks like Giuseppe's going to have to let a hand as strong as nines go. Just needed to open a window. It was freezing earlier. Put on the radiator. The other radiator's on boiling. Can't seem to get things right today, guys. Ole shoves 1.6 mil total. This is one way of getting hands out there that you don't want action from. Nines going into the muck, understandable. Tens, I think you mightn't even be able to call with tens there. Jacks, oh, very difficult to fold with jacks. But having said that, do you think Ole is just going to rip 8s, 9s, and 10s? Probably not. If you don't think he's going to be ripping 8s, 9s, or 10s for 32 bigs on the button, then 10s and jacks, I don't know if they become a clear fold. 10s would be a clear fold. I don't know about jacks. Surely we have to call with queens plus. Yeah, that's my question back for the chat. What are you folding there? You've seen him fold 9s. Are you folding 10s? Are you folding jacks? Are you folding queens because he's got to have ace king to jam 32 bigs here? Okay, I'm seeing something different now. It seems like it's a 3-bet to 890. What am I missing out on? Bonnie is stacked off here for 18 bigs with ace 7 suited, guys. Don't try this at home. This is a wild one. And I don't really know what to say about this. Only 9s is going into the muck, but Bonnie wants to stack off. Yikes. 6-4-4 is the flop. Turn is a 6. River's the 9 of diamonds. Wow. A chop pot, lads. A chop pot. I think I missed it at double paired there on the turn. I just thought the ace king was so far ahead. That was sick. Gotta be feeling that one if you had the ace king. Nothing he can do, of course. That's how they're looking at the feature. Renee with 54 bigs, Marco 51, Daniel 46, Alessandro 42, Giuseppe 32, Ole with 28, Bonnie with 17, and who is the shortest stack, but it won't phase him. He's been swings and roundabouts all day, still playing a fine stack of 16 big blinds. Strata says, Dan is having issues today. Sure, what? when do I have a day without issues? Still bringing us a super quality broadcast. Well, the issues I'm having are actually completely away from the broadcast, which is great. And they're not too big of issues. It just means get up on time. It's not an exact science. Hard to get the timing right. Thank you for your comment nonetheless. Falkip says, question, Dan, in what position and in what hand strength can you flat or raise with the intention of inducing the blinds to 3-bet weaker? I'm going to have to think about that for a moment. It's a very tough question. ISO says, gonna have to get the dog to wake you up tomorrow morning for another slice of steak. I have the steak defrost and bite. Marco raising to 125 with the pocket eights. He might get a walk in the morning, ISO. He's mad to get out on the prowl. He's looking for a female companion, I think. Sure aren't we all. Marco takes that one down with the pocket eights. Right, so Apocalypse, to answer your question, like, so you can just flat, if you're trapping, like, I don't have an exact answer. If it's easier if you're playing online, you've got these exact statistics about how often they are going to 3-bet from the blinds, etc. The small, the big. The best spot to trap someone from is you're going to be flattening on the button, because you're going to be flattening on the button with a lot of natural hands anyway, so you want to throw in some traps there. And then if you've got some spazzy, very aggressive players in the small and the big set, then that's the exact right time to do that. If you're playing against players who are more 4-bet happy, if you're 3-betting, or they're not afraid to get the chips over the line, then you can 3-bet more from the button or the cutoff or the hijack. If you want to bring the more weaker players into the hand, the fun players, if you want to call them that, then you want to flatten the button, whether you're trapping or not. You can flat a variety of hands, because you want to play more small pots when you are in position. You have the positional advantage, and the small and the big. Small gets involved and the big usually comes along for the ride, because calling and limping is contagious. I hope that kind of answers your question. I definitely could go into it in more depth. At some point, you just don't want to be flattened, because your hands are going to play better as a rejam. Also, it's important to note and take into consideration that sometimes when we flat, if someone raises and we flat and they get a bad board, then we've missed out on the opportunity to double up, where your opponent was willing to stack off pre, but is no longer willing to stack off on the flop. Now, I know that was a wealth of knowledge there, but I hope that made some form of sense. Over to you with the weather report. Giuseppe with the sixes, betting 200k. Over to who with the weather report? Yes. Tarsia betting with his over pair, good shot, straight draw. Very nice hand for his pocket sixes. Isn't that right? No pair, no draw. Your favorite hand in the world. Well, you never said that, but I'm just labeling it as so. ECW King is in the house. Parker says, so on average, the button is the best position to trap from. Yes, indeed. You can trap from other positions, of course, Apocalypse, but the button is always going to be best because you have position and it's less likely you're trapping when you're going to be flat in a variety. But if you've been 3-betting loads from the button and then suddenly flat, you just don't. You need to have a balanced range so you're not giving away strength of your hand. If you never 3-bet and then suddenly 3-bet, chances are you're going to have the goods. So I said it is very windy in California. Now back to you, Dan, with the latest poker actions. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's awful. I'll never give out about weather again. Weather or not. It's funny because in a lot of tournaments, when the blinds go up, the average stack should technically go down, but it seems to be putting the average stack higher. It's just a testament to how amazing this structure is. All the best, better to play poker with, my dear. When he defends with the 4, I think off this stack depth, put off against the big blind, he should just rejam pre. If he had like 20 bigs plus, I might just call off around 16 bigs. I think this hand is just going to play better as a clear jam. Especially against Daniel, who has got to 50 bigs to start the hand, is going to be opening wide enough, or should be anyway, from the cutoff. And 25 is the bet from Daniel. Body gets out of the way. The blinds are 30, 60, 60 now. They went up a couple of hands ago. We've had one more elimination, 22 players remaining. The average stack has creeped over 2.5 million. And that means the current payout now is €5,730. Renee raises to 125 here with the ace-10 off suit. Ole, 3 bets, 385. Back to the hijack here, Renee. Just wondering how often Ole would be 3-bet folding with 20 bigs remaining in his stack from the small blind after he opens from the hijack. Decent sizing. It is just a little bit more than 3x. If we had ace-10 suited here, we could maybe flat for this price in position. With the ace-10 offsuit, we just let it go the majority of the time. Against a very aggro player, I don't mind just 4-bet ripping the ace-10. Just hasn't really been that kind of day. A lot of players playing quite honestly, and it's a sign of the times. €172,000 is a lot of money in this day and age. The pressure is well and truly on. As Apocalypse says, note to self, fold aces. Yeah, another sticking point there, Apocalypse, when you were asking about trapping hands. Like, if there's a very early position open, like under the gun or under the gun +1, off certain stack depths, it can be a really big dead giveaway when we 3-bet under the gun +2 or mid position 1. It's really hard for us to not have a very nutted hand. And that means occasionally we can throw in a bluff, but it's very unlikely. So that can be a good time to just call with aces or kings, maybe sometimes queens or jacks. And then if there's significant action behind from the blinds or the cutoff or the hijack or squeeze, whatever the case may be, we can be waiting in the wings to call it off or whatever. Like I said, this is too broad of a question, and every single hand needs to be treated differently. But there's definitely some info to be taken away from your question. Perhaps for further dissection at a later date. That Ole just going to take that one away from who with the ace speed offsuit. ECW King asked, what are the rules concerning clothing, hiding your mouth like that? Is it allowed by normal TDA rules or is it decided by the casino? I think it's a casino by casino basis. I did read something not so long ago that they are putting plans in place to change the rules slightly. Therefore, people will be able to use less headgear, whatever the hell you want to call it. Glasses, hoodies, balaclavas, you name it. But I don't have any additional information to add to that.
checken können. Ja, ich meine die Asse. Ja. Weiß ich ja nicht. Wer? Nee.
Not often you see a walk. Daniel not even wanting to play with the 6-5 off suit. We're going to see who raising to 175. Spaghetti O's. Now, Apocalypse, this, in my opinion, would be an awesome time to flat. Now, I prefer to flat from the big blind. And we've been watching who all day. See, I don't like this 3-betting to 500k. No. It's not that I don't like it. I just think you want a flat here. You're going to have a strong inch range. It's just unlikely that who is going to be getting in his 16 bigs here. You want to give him opportunities to barrel on flop, turn, and river. And if there was ever a hand to disguise its aces, and if there was ever a time to do it, I think it's now. The disadvantage to that is the big blind likes to come along for the ride, and then we are sandwiched in between the cutoff and the big blind with aces, and things can get tricky post-flop. But I still think that with 22 players left in this main event, I am willing to take that risk with a hand as strong as Renee's right now. Even kings or queens, I make the argument for 3-betting pre. ECW Kings disagree. Why give the big blind a good price to call and you go? But it's just because you can always check raise the flop. Okay, if it comes out, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, all hearts, well then, such is life. The amount of times you're going to get these innocuous, unconnected boards, and then your hand is so disguised. Renee with the ace deuce. Good shot straight draw here for Bonnie and the queen 9-5. ECW King says, yeah, that's true. I guess we all play different. No, there's absolutely nothing wrong in the slightest with 3-betting aces there. It's just that kind of player. You want to give him room to barrel off. That's his wheelhouse. That's where he feels most comfortable. And when we flat from the small, we're not really supposed to have aces, are we? Isn't it, Brov? Brovlovsky. I wasn't going to recommend Renee c-betting that one on the queen 9-5, but does take it down with the ace deuce. Actually, totally fine. I take it back. Backdoor straight draw. Backdoor flush draw, even though it's only it would only be a too high flush draw. Too high. A flush draw nonetheless. Only 2 players below 20 bigs. So much chips in play. Nearly 60 bigs for Renee. Marco with 50. Daniel with nearly 50. Alessandro with 37. Giuseppe with 35. Ole with 33. And then the 2 shorties, 14 and 10. Who with 14 bigs now. Folded all the way around to the big blind, and Ole pretty much wants to be jamming this nearly all of the time. I don't really like calling when who only has 11 big blinds behind. Sub 15, just think you want to run this. Does call, gets out flopped. Now he's playing the guessing game / catch up. So who will take that one down with a small bet? So Bonnie's all in pocket fives over the top of Alessandro. And 9.4 bigs total. 2.5 big blinds invested. 6.9 bigs more to call. This one is very, very close. Quick maths would indicate he's getting the right odds. He only needs about 33% to make this a profitable call, but ICM considerations, it is about 20% of his remaining stack. He is unsuited, and we don't know much about Bonnie. What would you do? Let me know in the chat. All vote now. I used to call these spots and I wouldn't even give it a second glance. Like, oh, it's sub 10 bigs, cut off against button, let's go. But I've learned over time that these kind of spots, you can edge pass. That's 7 bigs. Could be more advantageous to hold on to for a later decision or situation. Really nice pickup there for Bonnie, uncontested. Also important to note that we are dominated by a lot of the 10x that would rejam. Okay, sometimes Jack 10 suited might rejam there. You've got to remember the button doesn't think he's going to have much fold equity, and he doesn't have much fold equity. So when he jams, it condenses his range, and he should have a stronger hand than normal to be able to shove all in over the top. Now, the game has changed and evolved to the point where we all know we can raise fold into a 10 big blind stack, which I thought you couldn't do a few years ago. In my 20s, I would say in my heyday, but I'm about to have a second heyday, I feel. So there's a lot of info to be extracted from that last hand. Hope yous are all writing this down. Queen 10 suited, I'm calling. If it's the suited variety, gives me that extra few percent, and I'm more willing to gamble it up. If our opponent is shoving something behind like Jack 10 suited, it sucks. But it's just going to be such a small part of their range. A lot of the time, King 10 suited will rejam. Ace 10 and King 10 offsuit might still go for it. If they think they have fold equity, they're going to rejam that little bit wider. If they don't think they have any fold equity, they're going to rejam a good bit tighter. So there's two ways of looking at it. We haven't seen enough of Bonnie to know what way he views someone opening into him when he's got less than 10 bigs to start the hand on the button. ECW Kings, are there going to be any more events after this one? Or is this it? What do you mean? In this series, we are on, this is the main event. We are back next Monday for the Dutch Poker Masters. And then we're going to do it all again with the Italian Poker Sport with a 2 million guarantee. And who looks like he's going to take this one away from Giuseppe. He loves taking down these small ones. Small bluff. I hope to God it's the last event of this series, ECW. I've been hitting a wall already. I don't need to crash and burn any further. He will take that one down. Not much to talk about there. Bonnie under the gun. 14 bigs and change. Pocket sixes. Tough to play. With this stack depth into a full table. Not quite a full table, but you get what I mean. So Bonnie with the raise to 150. Ole's going to call under the gun +1. Ace 10 suited. Jack A5 is the flop. Really don't like this peel from the big blind from Alessandro with just Queen Deuce off suit. And Bonnie just goes for it. My, Bonnie. This is not the board you want to be jamming sixes on, but does get the job done. ECW King says, Bonnie printing money. He needs to be very, very careful doing things like that. A lot of Jack X in the flattened range there. Not too much 8X. And just giving it the old wham bam, thank you ma'am, is risky business with 2 overcards to your pocket pair in a multi-way pot. Having said that, does put a lot of pressure on hands like 9-10 suited even. They have an open ender. Do you really want to call all in? Better to do that on a Jack high board than a Queen high board. There's more Queen X in the flatting range of the players. I still think Bonnie nearly wants to just check fold on that Jack A5. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving the players too much credit with 21 players remaining. Now we're going to have 3 tables of 7, 5 eliminations away from the next redraw. There is a page unblooming from €5,730 to €6,660. Giuseppe betting 100k here. The king 6-9 with ace-7. Bonnie with a good shot, straight draw. I think he wants to see a turn, although it's kind of dicey. Sorry. There's not too many good turn cards for him, and he kind of is drawn to the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland, so perhaps just wants to fold. Renee 3 betting the 350 here. Daniel, the initial opener in the hijack. That previous hand needs a little bit of an honourable mention. Sorry, I was sneezing there. Something stuck in my throat. So, position number 7 there, without the time bank, his hand was declared dead because he did not act in time, which really sucks because he did have ace-queen. Not much he could do. Need to act quicker when you've no time banks. Absolutely sucks. I'd probably be a millionaire and wouldn't be commentating right now if my time banks had worked efficiently over the course of about 2 decades online. He will take that one down. So we're seeing a bit of a lull in the action, like I predicted, and we haven't even got to 16 players yet. Still 5 away from that point. Average stack is 2.642 million. Well over 40 bigs. Alessandro raising to 150 here with the ace-9 of hearts. Bonnie is going to call in position. Again, I could get behind rejamming in Bonnie's shoes with the king-queen suited. Both plays are going to be totally fine. Calling and rejamming. Ace-Jack-8 is the flop. It seems like 15 bigs plus these days. You're going to be doing more flattening. More flattened than rejamming. Alessandro now. Oh God, it goes check in record fashion here on the turn. River is the 6 of spades. I'd like Bonnie to just compose himself a little bit more. Doesn't want to be giving away the strength of his hand. When he checks that quick, it's very unlikely he has an ace in his hand. It's going to have some form of a middling. And apart from ace 10 there, I actually think Alessandro could go for 10 value. Doesn't want to value own himself, but it's unlikely that Bonnie has two pair there in the form of ace jack or ace queen or ace 8. So therefore his ace 9, I'm not going to say it's the nuts, but the 9 also blocks the straight if that was even a possibility. So he could go for a small value there to try to get paid by the exact kind of hand that Bonnie has in the form of king queen. And also hands like ace jack and ace queen most likely rejam pre. So with the thing about flatten, even if we are in position, it really gives away our range. It's very condensed. And that's why if we're playing a very call-happy, savvy game, we need to have some traps included in there like we were talking about earlier. So we're going to have some weak hands, some super strong hands. But the problem with flatten off this stack depth, we oftentimes are in the middle ground, the middle zone of our range. And therefore it's very easy for opponents to kind of dissect that. Updated the chip counts. Not much has changed. Still two players below 20 bigs. In Giuseppe with 30, Alessandro with 37, Marco with 48. Daniel with 56, and Renee is the chip leader by a couple of bigs, playing 60 big blinds, 3.6 million. Marco raising to 160. Queen 8 off suit. You may call in the big with Queen 5 of diamonds. Marco going to take that one down. Daniel betting 125 here. I think this is a bit too wide for my liking of an open on the button. Goes for a C bet here. It's also a bit too wide of a call for my liking from the small blind. Now we go for a second barrel. Second barrel does the job. Daniel's going to call the raise from Giuseppe. I might just stop raising these ace 6, ace 7, and ace 8 offsuit combinations from early position into this lineup. If I was Giuseppe. Daniel's calling with ace queen. Alessandro goes for the squeeze. 3-bet it up to 450. Squeeze me, honey, honey, squeeze me. And now the action back on the cutoff. He is just going to set the trap and put it over the top. If Apocalypse is still in the chat, that's exactly the kind of trap he's after setting here. He's called, hoping one of the blinds would squeeze. Well, he wasn't hoping, but if they do, then he's going to comfortably go over the top. So he could be trapping here. Yes, I was going to say he can't really fold. Jack's going to be too strong. Hands like 8s, 9s, and 10s can be in Daniel's range here in the cutoff where they mightn't be in a different situation or scenario. Alessandro forced to call it off. And look at the size of the pot we have on our hands. 4.455 million. Big flip, big moment for both players involved. Let's go. Ace 10-3 is the flop. Turn is a deuce of hearts. And the Jeffries ain't looking too pretty as we hit the river. River's an 8 of spades. We lose another Italiano. Alessandro Signoriello. Daniel will scoop the booty, and he's going to be playing over 6 million now. It looks like that could be good for the chip lead Apocalypse. That's actually only 100 bigs right now. Now, I'm not saying only in any stretch of the imagination, but there could be a stack that's greater than 100 bigs on an outer table, especially in an event like this. Like I said, people get knocked out, and the average stack just seems to skyrocket even though the blinds go up. And Sully says, GG, well played, Danny. ECW King says, is it normal for the average stack to go up when someone busts? Oh, yeah, but I meant even when the blinds go up. Yeah, you are correct. That's why I said that at the end of the sentence. But thanks for correcting me. That's how I learn. My whole point is the average stack is creeping from 40 to 50 bigs, where earlier it was in or around 40 odd. It's hit 50 a few times. That's actually a big difference. The difference between a 40 big blind average and a 50 big blind average is huge. So you save your breath for cooling your porridge. Giuseppe raised to 200k. Daniel going to call him the hijack. And Giuseppe going to flop a set, which he thinks will be music to his ears, but his opponent doesn't have an ace. Just pocket fives, not pocket sixes this time. No pair, no draw, wherever he is. No sixes in the mist. And Daniel gets out of the way, and Giuseppe will take that one down with his set. ECW says normally they play till finish from 24 to 28. Yes, that's a normal tournament, yeah. This ain't no goddamn normal tournament. $20 players remaining now. That means the pay jump has been reached. That means all remaining players guaranteed €6,660. That means top 10 are going to get a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. The other 10 will not. Pressure is on. We are 11 spots away from the final table. And I am getting info that this is going to be the last hand before the break, and I am going to get an ice cold shower or find a 2-liter bottle of ice cold water to dump over my head. Because I'm hitting a wall of sorts. It is far too early in the evening for that kind of carry on, isn't it, folks? That's going to be the end of that. Back in 20 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the show. Lots and lots more action to come. 20 players remaining. Only 9 can go to the FT and only 10 can get the 10K ticket. See you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here.
Maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, 10s are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko, a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call aware with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 10s versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Niste. Looking that way on a King 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9. A whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these 10s are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Niste. Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral, Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner Antoine Saoud. David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Julian Martini. Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier. Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Rani Lani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
like, yeah, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know. Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips. Where you had the literal owner of the Lakers.
Right. Right.
You had like a top shelf pro. You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had 60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, as long as we're in action, we're happy.
Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky.
Open, 3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep. There's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep. We're got to ship it in and put him to bed.
And Velasovich going to be priced in for another 45?
Has to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here, in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3-to-1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. I think if you're the queens, you obviously at this point want to call.
Be a very light 3-bet, huh?
You know, want.
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like Queen Jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9-1 favorite, not 3-1.
Well, his back is up against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68%
Decent, okay.
is Radicki
Acceptable.
to double through Vlasovic.
4.
Oh, 6-5-3 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours have been loving this one.
4 of hearts.
That was I thinking. I'll take.
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Vlasovic lacks a heart in hand, and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Miracoli.
Board.
Yeah. I think I had it
Pairs
in
on
hand.
the end, and
Dicevi tu?
Radicki
Sì, le filavo.
with the
No,
double.
contro di te perdevo.
Pocket queens, and you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPIPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay, strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens,
how fortunate,
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
you're like Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on. And you know what? I'll accept that, because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
The chef, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
but
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace 9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually?
No, I don't think there's levels to this. I'm adding levels to something that
I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi?
Stop it.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off. pretty
It's a
well.
K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen, king for us.
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see
space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a four-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People say
threaten. And
jacks
now
are
look at the
hard to
lips
play,
and
huh?
turn from Sutera.
Without remembering, I'm probably going to smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way. Like with words, too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, you know, the thing that connects the two lobes.
Yeah.
Maybe you got some extra threads between those
or maybe
two
none at all.
Wow, that gets cool, by
Real
the way.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants, you know. I want them as they are.
Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King, 4 trip kings for Velocevic. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO wizard sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket sixes, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just going to follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random 6 from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here is the pre-flop raiser's follow through was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. When we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king not king game, you know, and you start to go for like really big greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging, you know, it's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts, yeah, basically.
A counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with your story,
No, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house for the King Jack, because 6s can't show down, you know. Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but...
You mean in terms of what? A bluff?
It happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well...
Berkey, you're just thinking back on your own life right now.
Yeah, you know, you got
nutbag.
You got to bluff something, Ollie. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know?
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Velocevic, and of course, Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air.
no future, no sleep. Yeah, for you. Sorry, brother, I needed that. I just had to gamble that shit away. 50-50. Stop grabbing you. Yeah. Give it a hustle life experience. Yeah. I waited up. Sorry, brother. I know. Well played, man. Well played. I couldn't vote. Ready nuts. Yeah. I like it. I like it. You play me again too. Come back next time. I like you too, man. Yeah, I can't fold. I can't fucking nothing that bad. 8 big blind, innit? And I get over my future, bro. Thank you, thank you. Gracias, video. I mean, I walk it round here now, I'm full blind.
Luck, my friend. You don't see that I race or what?
No, I didn't see. I thought you been gone. No, I didn't see you race. Sorry.
No problem.
Alrighty, gang, did you miss me? I'm back. Very eventful break. 19 players remaining now. If you're just tuning in on this Monday night, you've got to say it every break. Day 3 of the €1,100, or after every break, Day 3 of the €1,100 World Series of Poker Circuit. No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Mal Gadsby in the house this evening, Dan. Happy New Year. Good luck. Nice one, Mal Gadsby. I seen a set as I was closing in my window there. Said I'd wait until after the hand unless there was an all-in situation. Juggling too many plates at once, lads. Next redraw is at 16 players. And then Apocalypse is going to take over the night shift. He's just going to get in here, give it socks. And I'm going to get a bot to pretend it's me in the chat box. We can swap roles. Who's up for it? All in favor, say aye. I'm going to have to train in someone to do this commentating thing at some stage, because Aldo Finn is getting too big for his boots. He'll be only able to do it a few times a year, which means he's doing great. Oh, so we did have an elimination. 19 remaining. We've got some action. Who is all in? Over the top of Marco. Standard stuff here from the two so far. Sevens have to go into the muck, of course. Don't know what we do with, say, 9s or 10s there. Different story. Marco will call. There is a man who needs no introduction whatsoever. Michele Tocci. I can't let you in here, Apocalypse. You're too good at the job you do it currently. 9-4-3 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Who is winning to the river? River is a queen. This guy. Very theatrical player. Who can blame him? Very exciting times playing for the chance to win €172,000 tomorrow. We are 10 eliminations away from the FT. 9 eliminations away from everyone securing a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Apocalypse says, Dan, did you go to liberate the brown trout? 100%. Maybe that's why I was getting a bit cranky before the break. The Browns had to be brought to the Super Bowl. Had to go have a chat with a fudge dragon. Anyway, enough of that. Moving on. What else did I do? Oh, yeah. Went for a walk with the dog, finally. He ran away then. Well, he didn't run away, but when I was bringing him back in, he decided to sneak out through the gate. Because we need a new gate now on top of everything else. Because them storms don't be stopping for nothing or nobody. Then came in. Went to get a cold shower. Realised how cold I was after getting muck all over me. Had a hot shower, dumped a 2-litre bottle of cold water over my head. At the second half of my dinner, made a cup of tea and came back somehow only after missing 1, maybe 2 hands. Now, guys, you can tell me how impressive you thought that was in the chat. All in 20 minutes, I'd have you know. Apocalypse says, was going to do a poll to see how impressive it is, but the polls have disappeared along with the predictions. Yeah, look, I've done crazier things on a 20-minute break. I just thought it was worth giving an honourable mention. He will take that one down with a bet.
Blind, so I give him the chip, the ante.
Yeah, but you don't see that he's under gun. He wants to give him the ante,
Right,
and the dealer said
give
it's a
over
call
there.
now.
I'll pass it over there to him.
No, but he didn't actually cards. What? With cards?
No, I didn't even look at the cards yet. I just literally give the ante.
He was like this, and he just gave me a bunch of chips over there.
I'll give the ante.
Okay, so he's asking us. Yeah, he can take it back.
Yeah, because I give the ante. I didn't check the card. Okay?
If it's corrected right away, nothing else is happening.
Yeah, so I give the ante first. Having no sleep, innit? I can't think.
No problem.
12 days, man, no sleep.
You can't lose the second time. They give the penalty, my friend.
I give it 1 minute already.
So that's why I say it's okay for me.
Fuck my money, eh? Now I'll give ante.
Just about finished this cup of tea now, lads. Can recommence scalding my mouth from afar. We get back into some nitty-gritty, intricate poker spots because the ticker has gone from 19 to 18 to 17, which means we are just one elimination away from a redraw. If I'd have known this was going to happen this quick, I could have just maybe sat out and done a double break. Could start baking cakes or put me to use in some way. So pay jump has been reached. €7,595 is now the current payout. 40 big blinds is the average stack. I missed some of that speech play from Hugh. Must have been good, Apocalypse. I have to turn up these headphones. It's rare enough they're talking at the table, really. And who wants to hear chips riffling in your ear all day, every day? Me, 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 me. No thanks. Daniel decides to stick both of these fools in. Marco raising off sub 30 bigs. Who calling in the small. Daniel has all the chips in the world to do this with. He knows who is nearly never calling here from the small. And Marco probably doesn't have a call in hand either, at least the majority of the time. Both players fold. Daniel now up to 80 bigs. Buckle says, when I was a young player, I like the sound of chips being played with. Now, anyone making noise with them can be shot for all I care. No, I think it's fine if you're in a room and you're playing yourself, but when you've a headset on, geez, nothing else, just the table sound, it can get very irritating very quickly. Then again, I'm the one that does the commentating, the analyzing, the broadcasting. You're the ones that have to listen to my voice. Boglum says, so in a nutshell, all of us watch on mute. Well, if you think I'm going to start chatting in the chat box, you have another thing coming. I will say one thing, Apocalypse. It's amazing how many cries I get when I come back after they had to go through a stream without any commentary. You don't know what you've got till it's gone, eh? But alas, it's not lost if you know where it is. Daniel going to win another one here with his pair of 8s. Renee happy to just check that one down and hope somehow he could get to showdown and win with a 6. Just extremely unlikely given that run out. So here is the chip counts, folks. 85 bigs for Daniel, 48 for Renee. Michele Tocci, who had an amazing 2024 with 34 bigs. Marco with 26. Giuseppe Tarsia with 24. And Sion, who with 17 bigs is your shortest stack. But as I've said, every hour of today and yesterday, it's a 75-minute clock. So he is sitting pretty there with 17 bigs. He has had quite a roller coaster of a day, to be fair to the man. Some self-inflicted, some not. And I'm not sure what I'm seeing here. I don't think this is correct. Marco cannot have 3 deuce offsuit. Surely be to God. I had to compose and gather my thoughts there before commenting. So Tocci's called out of the small. Daniel's open from the cutoff. And Marco's cards say 3 deuce offsuit, but every single thing has been on point with King's production team since we started last night. Touch wood. And I have no information to say that that is a misprint or a graphical error. So therefore, Marco most likely gets this through with the 3 deuce offsuits. What the hell has just happened? Insane all in, given what's at stake here. Bogdan says, to be fair, what's going to call? Can't imagine it's many hands if 8's fold. Yeah, but that's not the point, Apocalypse. Here we just say, oh, that's fair. He shoves 7 deuce because he's not going to get called. It's about the times you do get called. Perhaps he's just had enough. I'm all for it. More action. Let's go. Marco gets the job done. Strong play from Marco. Three deuce suit have against queens. Maybe you'll win 1 in 5 times if you're lucky.
No gamble, no future.
I can't afford a gamble anymore this minute.
No gamble, no future.
That's at all. Not good enough. Not good enough. That's yes, I got it. That's at all. No.
Well, the ace queen taking that last hand down. Touchy with the open here with king queen suited. Daniel's going to call from the small. He's got all the chips. He can do things like this. If we had shorter stacks, if we were a lot shorter ourselves, I don't think we really want to be calling here with the Jack 8 suited. But with this amount of chips, over 6 million, Touchy only having under 2.5 to start the hand, give or take, is a great opportunity for Daniel to apply a lot of pressure post-flop against Touchy on the right kind of textures. Plus, he could just have a flush or something. We will call. Daniel will check. And I do think Tochi will check back. If he had a different hand that maybe had 0 showdown value, he might attempt a bluff with 4 hearts on board. But when Daniel bets the river and bets the turn and checks the river, he's usually going to be check calling. Tarsi with the men. Queen Jack off suit round to Tochi. Giuseppe taking that one down with a small bet. Tochi letting it go. Daniel raising the 250 here from the cutoff. The full 3x and a little bit of cheese on top. Renee is going to call on the button. Daniel can afford to size up, not down, if he so wishes to do so. What I would say is you don't want to be pricing out hands in the big blind, the small blind, and even the button that contain weaker Queen X and weaker Ace X that you would want to keep hanging around. Renee's turn to take down a pot. Apocalypse says be back soon. Laurie's parents are just arriving. Here, you do what you got to do. Apocalypse, you've been around since the very start of today. And indeed, the start of time. 3 years ago. You were around before my time. Do what you got to do. Daniel raised the 200k. Renee with King. 575 is the 3 bet. Daniel gets out of the way with his ace-6 offsuit. So Tachi will go for the min. Round to the big blind of who? He will call for an additional big. He only has 12 big blinds behind. And on the turn now, the flop goes check, check. I think it's time for Tachi to bet. 150 is the bet. Also, you could make an argument here for who leading on the turn, but once the flop goes check, check, Tachi is going to be continuing a lot with way better ace highs, so he just wants to keep the pot small. Who is going to call? Who are you going to call? Ghost Busters. 740 in the middle. Let's see the river. Queen arriving on the river. Tachi goes for the lot. And who forced to fold?
Like this? Yeah. So that the other player can better count how much he
You have a pair? I had ace high folded. Ace high with a gut shot. I don't think that was good. I think you have either a pair or ace high with a higher kicker. Probably had an ace 8, ace 9 or something like that. I mean, close because that was big line. Couldn't really sort of link to it with the ace high guy.
Queen's now in the small blind facing a 175 open from Marco in the hijack. Daniel wants to be 3-betting this to fairly large size. And that sizing is nice, 600k. Marco decides he wants to call. We did see Marco shove with deuce 3 suited, or was it even suited? I don't think it matters. In the big not so long ago. Regine says, hello, Bird. Greetings from the other side. Hello, Regine. Daniel wins another pot. Important to note, something has come to my attention. A few hands back there. When who had ace 4 suited in the big blind, he easily could have rejammed that one. I just didn't mention it because it hasn't really been the way of play of the day. People seem to be very flat happy. No, I'm saying 42 says John Goodman raising. Does look a bit like John Goodman. Well spotted, sir. We are still one elimination away from the redraw. Maybe 3 betting the 450 now. These kind of spots, 10s is just going to be too much hand. Take my money, I'm all in. That's the virtual all in. That's the virtual fold. Giuseppe will take that one down. Now playing 30 big blinds. I do believe we have John Dutty in the chat. Could be an imposter, but if it's not, lovely to have you with us, John Dutty. I am not Fintan. I took over this job about 3 years ago, fill in for Fintan for one day, and the rest is history. It was a very good turnout if you were on about Galway. And if you're on about this event, it was an extremely good turnout. They smashed the guarantee. Jack 9-5 is the flop, cut off against the button. Renee calling with the king queen. Good shot, straight draw. 800k in the pot as the 3 of clubs rolls off. 150k is the bet from Daniel. This blocker-ish type sizing, just designed to get a cheap river. And that is why you're going to see Renee raise it up. The 350. And right back at you. That looks like about $1 million. Be betting to 800k. Really sexy stuff here from Daniel because they look to get a 9 or a weak hand out of there. Now Renee is going to have to fold. Don't know if it's the right guy to be coming after. This guy's been playing out of his socks so far, and he now finds himself over 100 big blind and is a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. There you have it, folks. Closest to him, 43 big blinds. John Dutty says, I'm so sorry, could have sworn. Don't ever apologise to me again, John. Did live in Galway for a decade or so. You're not the first person to come into this chat to think that they're talking to Fintan. Fintan is far too busy with the Irish Poker Tour and Championship. He's playing a blinder. I will be sure to tell Fintan when I'm talking to him that you were asking for him. I'm saying Mother Earth is having her say about the way we live. It's going to be chaos. Yes. Far from order, we were reared. Of course, says Renee Schnitzler, the German guy, is a former soccer pro who's involved in a huge betting scandal. Oh, it's all coming out. John Duddy said, please do, and here's to you too. Thanks a million, John. Really nice to have you with us in the chat, if only for a short while. Hope you're enjoying the show. Feel free to hop on and join me if you want. I'm sure you've got bigger fish to fry, sir. And who is going to get that one through with the King Jack off suit? I'm not sure how much he raised there. I thought he'd committed himself. If not, my apologies. 9 bigs there he should be shoving. Even 10 or 11 maybe we can start raise folding. I think 9 is about to cut off. I've seen crazier things happen on GG. And who is the kind of guy who's going to get creative with it? Well, nothing surprises me. Perhaps he was raised folding off the 9 bigs. He's going to look super strong. But I think the jig is up with who they know he's capable of doing all sorts of things. He just loves flatting from the blinds instead of rejamming is one thing I've noticed. But he's still hanging around. We've played over 150 hands today. 1 elimination to go until we have the redraw. We're going to come back with 2 tables of 8. And play down the final table from there. So there'll be 7 eliminations. 6 away from all 10 remaining players securing that 10K ticket. Marco, well capable of just shoving there, decides to just call or just decides to get away from it. Wisely. Who's going to call in for a penny, in for a pound, and getting great odds? Probably just still let it go with the 8-7 offsuit. Not going to gripe on him too hard for this one. This could be his exit because we are 4-way action to the flop. and he might do a stop and go, and that's exactly what he's gone for. It is ill timing because Daniel was the far better 8. Top kicker was his trips for Rene. You want to watch out for. Not the greatest dunk from the big, by the way, into 3 players on a connected board like that. Very likely someone's going to have Jack 10 at the very least. Over pairs, flush draws. Who has had a good run, to be fair to him. It's about to end here because he's got 2% equity. See, the turn is the 3 of diamonds, and that's going to seal the deal. Rene eliminates 2 in 17th place. We are going on a break for about 15 minutes or so. Lots more action to come. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Yeah, I think how can you food this night? Yeah, okay, that's okay. I know I better with it. Yeah, but your position.
Can I fold in? Can I start folding 3? If I start folding 3, will you go 19? If I start folding 3, will you go 19? No. You're not going to go?
But he would call.
Oh, yeah, he got ace 9. He's got like...
No, ace 8.
You got ace?
But,
what do you have?
But I called him.
Ace 8.
He shoved on 9, 9, 8. I called. Because it's very unlikely that we have a 9.
Just rips pre, I would assume, the vast majority of the time. Probably never flats like 5-4. Maybe some pocket 4s is a possibility, given that he has 3s, but like you said, most of the time that's just not going to be the case where he has these kind of low pocket pairs. So technically he doesn't have that many nuts on the river in terms of slow plays as the out of position player is what I'm kind of thinking about myself.
I just think it's a spot where you want to be rejamming pretty wide against the button open.
Agreed,
when you've got half the... I wanted to see exactly how much Piscieri has before that start that hand, and you can see it's about 6 million or so. And I think that's just way more of a reason to rejam. With 3s, you can rejam all those suited wheels as well. Obviously, a lot of high card hands, broadways, etc.
Yep.
It's not like we cover Piscieri in that spot. Then maybe we want to be a bit tighter. Or if we're very similar. But when we have like half the chips of Piscieri there, I think it's just a... I don't want to say no-brainer, but close to it there with pocket 3s.
Yeah.
Foxen can be opening so wide. Foxen betting 300k and Piscieri is going to call. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Does Foxen want to keep firing here? Just check back on the turn.
It's close. It's defo close. I think he'll find the bet. Yeah.
If it's close, he usually goes for a bet instead of a check.
It's usually better to do that as well, to be fair. If in doubt, Probably better off bluffing or taking a more aggressive action most of the time, in my opinion.
Well, it is the key to winning, isn't it? In nearly any
Helps.
domain. Aggression.
Hardly going to see a call here, are we? Oh, Jesus, this is unbelievable stuff.
Sherry calling with just king high. A non-believer. Where is the jack of clubs? Foxen has a flush blocker here that will contain some combos that could continue in Piscieri's shoes on the turn. And if he's bet the flop and bet the turn, I reckon we're going to see him fire this river. House 3.5 million.
I just goes for the lot, no?
We've seen him be betting like 80% of someone's stack a couple of times.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, could just go for the lot. If he thinks the same, he can accomplish the same with a smaller bet. He might go for a smaller bet. 4.5 into 4.
I always incentivize that to guys I coach as well. Because it doesn't really matter. Just if you can get the job done for a smaller price, then you should probably aim for that. But he has a really good blocker here, man. And like, he's never checking back. It's just sizing wise is probably, you know, one way or the other here. But as long as he's betting here, that's the main thing.
2.4 is the bet. Yeah, I think 3.5 might be a bit too much, or 4.5 is a bit too much if we can accomplish the same thing with something under 3 million, and that's why we see Foxen going for 2.4. Very tough for Piscieri to call here. Piscieri's going to have pretty weak range. He's not going to be calling with a deuce. Very unlikely he has a 9. So he's going to have a hand like ace high or king high here that called on 2 streets. This would be some call. I don't think you can make it. I see them talking in the chat saying think he's going to call. It's just a spot where he's going to have to give it up. But hey, I'm wrong at least 10 times a day on this channel if I just had it go.
You honestly could be losing the bluffs there as well. Like if he has like ace 4, ace 5, that may or may not stay barrel in the turn.
Can't be giving away his game, but yeah, some of this table talk reminds me of some Irish players for sure.
Yeah,
and of course, Tony G, Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo. In Harry Potter, yeah, periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono pericoloso. Serve la carta, però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. A lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few shacks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless. Mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
Fall. You look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If we do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking. I don't know opposite, positive, opposite. I'm just asking. Can you double me up? Yes or no? I go 650, 650, 650. You know, 650. 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 60. 650.
This is brilliant.
This is a huge bet. And Isu wants to stack off with just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6, 7.
Sirzat just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for
5 of
Leon.
hearts. I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty big stack off here, Al.
5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cuore mi serve. 5 di cuore per farlo male, sai? Perché questo va al colore. Con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie. Che devo fare io? Una. No, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8.
Vai.
An amazing card for Hisu.
9 of hearts.
No, 5 di cuore.
Hisu with 14 outs as we hit the river.
5.
Oh wow, it is the 5 of hearts. Gives Leon the full house.
Mamma mia, 5 di cuore. Mamma mia, hai visto? L'ho chiamato
Oh
io.
wow.
Bravo, man.
I called it. I
Absolute
said 5
scenes.
of hearts. 5 di cuore. I said 5 of hearts, please, for me. And it came. Okay, you see that?
Leon has eliminated a very tough opponent in Surzat Hisu. We are now playing 5-handed.
Mamma mia. E mi è arrivato, scusa, oh, straniero.
He's going about it very subtly as well, isn't he? There's no, like, I don't know, forced aggression or anything like that. Just very, you know, incognito sort of situation, no?
And now, I
Yeah.
want the bracelet. That's it.
It's a skill in itself
Relax.
to use this psychology to your advantage.
Relax.
I'm all in.
Wow.
All in.
Wow.
Everything. I'm relaxed. Now I'm
Oh.
relaxed. All in. Everything. All in. He said
Can't fold
relax,
this,
I
bro.
say all in.
This is crazy. If you can see,
It's
we
not
saw
that
Ace
bad.
Queen folded previously.
Hold
I
me
severely doubt it's going to be folded in this exact situation again.
Well, they're in the money now, and we're 5-handed, and there's been several more whiskies dropped over to the table since. Lots of apple juice.
You have another one time left.
So-
left. Nothing left.
What did they say about ICM and it being a load of BS for the rich? ICM for the poor only?
Yeah.
How bad do you want it? This, for my money, is just going to be too good of a hand against Leon in this exact scenario to fold.
Cosa guardi? Guardi
Put it into a
100.000,
calculator all you want.
500.000? La differenza guardi. E vai allora.
Does call.
Apre la porta. Bravo, sei bravo. Perché non potevi dare? Io c'ho poco. Bello. Sono contento per te.
There was 2 shorter stacks. I wouldn't be surprised if you put that into a calculator and it said the ace queen suited was a fold.
Dopo sarò attento, perché questo qua non
But that's
potrà
against
fare il quarto posto.
a certain range. You don't know what Leon is capable of.
I was thinking.
Ma cosa hai pensato?
On this occasion, Piccielli is dominating.
Either have big hand or
Nothing or queen is good sometimes.
5, 6,
8, 7, 4.
6, 5. 6 and 5. 6 and 5.
I wouldn't be feeling too confident here against Leon.
Yeah.
Gotta be now. Just has to avoid a king of kings.
Hai vinto veramente.
The king's a
sei un
Leon.
grande,
It
sei
is
un
the three of
grande,
hearts.
Bravo, sei un grande. Doppia si chiama questo. Doppia.
Volte di fila, certo.
Okay, just had to check that. So, 7th code question here, people.
I said to the guy, relax,
Okay, for the
don't do
7th
it.
code.
And he didn't
One
listen.
word
And
answer,
he played
only
6.
available on
He
Twitch.
sees 1 ace
And the question
and he already
is,
all in.
what is it
I see
called
2
when a
aces
player
and I'm
bets
all in.
to protect their hand by not allowing free cards?
Okay,
What
I
is
see
it
that.
called
This
when a
is all
player
mine.
bets
This
to
is
protect
mine.
their hand by not allowing free cards?
Listen, this is all my money anyway. So can I pile it up and don't count on me?
All right, Barney
You
Nuts,
have
you're going to win
5
that one, bro.
seconds Until you decide. And I
Barney
make
Nuts is going to
my
win that one.
decision
Protection
really
bet is
fast,
correct.
Really fast.
So well done, Barney.
Oh, it's him. Okay.
Well done, Barney. My good man. Just give me a second here and I'll send it over to you.
It's
Where are
unbelievable.
these codes?
It's just unbelievable.
4, 5,
This guy
6,
unbelievable.
7.
What he makes. I'm all
I'll
in.
just message you there,
All in,
Barney.
Everything. Alice
If
or
there's an issue with the code, bro, I'll just
all
note
in,
it down
all in.
and
Alice,
I'll get it sorted
Alice in,
ASAP, alright?
everything
So we
inside,
should
up,
be good
dice in.
now, Dan, my good mate.
Alan, I need to get back to
Double
this.
me up,
This is
double me up.
it's all
Sorry,
popping
sorry.
off.
Oh, wow.
Double up, double up, double up, double up,
We
double
have a
up,
three
double
bet from attack with the ace-4 suited. Foxen, the original opener. Min raising with the kings of kings. Leon waking up with the ladies.
Нет такого шоу здесь.
And he probably
Нету
thinks he's in
нигде на
great
свете
shape
такого
here,
шоу. Они что
begging for a
думают?
call.
О чем он думает? О чем он думает?
Little does he know,
What are you
Foxen
thinking
has
about?
the second nuts,
Just
the
move
second
all
pre-flop
in or
nuts.
fold, you know. You have two options. You have no other options. You have two options. All in or nothing. It's now or never. Она меня попугивала, а я ее.
5 million. 5 million.
5 million is the raise.
What happened?
All in.
E
The fella, all in the other fella. Kings for Foxen and Leon with the ladies.
Non posso fare
Una dama la puoi prendere, dico.
We might be about to lose Leon.
Lui o lui?
Loose Leon is all in and way behind. Actually, sick cooler here, four-handed, the way things have been playing out. Sick for Foxen to pick up kings when Leon has the ladies. 6.3 million in this pot.
He can double me up. I said that before. He can.
It is
The
ace
only
7-6.
guy who can double me up is this Signore Alex Foxen.
È ace. Secondo me bocca destra, dama, dai, vediamo.
Were you
Well,
calling 4-bet?
it's not looking good.
Calling 4-bet?
Well, I cannot.
Two
fold
ladies
kings,
can
right?
save Leon or he will bow out in fourth place.
Especially when the queen is coming.
River is the 7 of diamonds. It did not arrive.
Finito. La commedia è finita.
Very good game there. Nice playing.
Good luck.
Dealers, put your button in position 8, button in seat 8. Small line 40,000, big line 80,000. Button in seat 8, button in seat 8.
Alrighty, gang, welcome back. Picking up the action on the river here. 1.4 million in the pot on the 10-9 Queen Ace Deuce board. Hijack against the big blind. Mattia defending pre. Gets up lovely turn card. This blockerish type sizing by Samuel Todisco. Yeah, I don't like Samuel's tiny bet here on the river, and I really don't like Mattia's just call. The reason being is there's missed diamonds on board, there's missed straight draws out there, there's missed spades out there. So I feel like that pot should just get all in by the river. Like, okay, the ace 10 has got lucky on the turn, but when I have queen 9 there, I want to get paid by an ace if they do have an ace. I suppose a lot of the ace X hands that defend in the big blind should probably just be rejamming. We do see a lot of these hands just calling in the big. Even a hand as strong as ace 10 suited there. It was a little bit too much to shove. Keep all the weaker 10x and ace x hands in our opponent's range. I just think that that's an absurdly small sizing to go for on the river. And the reason behind the ace 10 not jamming is perhaps feel they can only get called by a better hand being a straight. I don't know, guys. It's been a very long day. It's confusing. I just feel like when we've two pair there and there's that small of a bet on the river, it's never really going to be a straight, or shouldn't be anyway. And therefore, I'm going all in. There's a man that needs no introduction. Florian Belan. He's up a few 100K on his hand and mob. €16 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €7,595. We are 7 eliminations away from the final table, or the final 9, whatever way you want to look at it. We are scheduled to play 4 more levels tonight, including this one. Actually, no. 5 more levels tonight, including this one. Goody gumdrops. Crazy setup, says Bird. Crazy setup indeed. Perno Trosses. Another 6.5 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Theoretically, on paper, I would like to think that we will get to the final 9 before another 6.5 hours, but thanks a million for that. No deals allowed, guys. No effing deals allowed. You guys might remember Andre from yesterday played very well. 3-betting to 550k here. Gets Giuseppe Tarsia out of the way. At the opening to 175. I think I read your comment already, Apocalypse, with Outlaws in, poker back. Or in-laws out, poker back in. Jeez. I'm not too familiar with a few of the names at this feature table either, you know. Going to have a lot of competent players remaining in this field with 16. 2 tables of 8. Got Israel, Switzerland, Romania, Italy, Slovakia, Germany, and the Ukraine all being represented under one roof. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. If you're just tuning in on this Monday night, I guess at this stage, although the night shift has just begun and we are 8 hours into the stream almost. Still a long, long way to go tonight. $4.75 is the bet from Samuel, and although it's a paired board, Samuel still goes for the bet on the river, and I don't think the trees are going to be hanging around.
Nice bluff. Thank you. E non bluff, tanto lo vedo dopo. Eh? Chiami Lincoln doppia coppia? Prima. Si è reso fuori, no? Sì. Ho fatto bene, voglio solo sapere dai professionisti. Mi chiamano solo mani migliori,
Blinds are up. 50k is now the small blind. 100k is now the big blind with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. Average stack 35 big blinds. Still 16 players remaining. So Florin opens. Ole is going to call from the big 8, 9, 10 all diamonds. Florin with the ace of diamonds. He can bet or check here. Either option is fine. Doesn't really want to get check raised. So perhaps we just see him check back because he would check back with a lot of his overpairs, but he's deciding to just go for it right here, right now. I think that's also totally fine. He will have hands that connect heavily with this flop. Probably more reasons for him to bet than check, I guess, the more I think about it. The 4 is hanging around. I have no answer for. Not the biggest fan of calling there with the 4s, to say the very least. Colonel Draw says maybe he knows Florin is capable of betting without a made hand, even still. But we do have a diamond in our hand, but it's a 4 of diamonds. How do I reach these keys? $175 here is the bet from Giuseppe on the ace 8 10 flop. Good shot, straight draw for Renee. Over $1 million in this pot now with the 6 of clubs rolling off on the turn. Giuseppe checking. Renee gets there on the river. Arcia checking over to Renee. And I think we just go for it all. Hopefully get paid by a 2-pair type holding from Giuseppe. If we're not going for it all, go for about 800. Okay, that's half. It's just a very, very bad run out for the ace-5. Everything gets there on that river.
Thank you very much. I don't need to make a picture.
Obviously, it's a pretty good run out for the Queen Jack, but ace-5 not beating much on that river. Or the third, really. Lauren not deterred from betting on this 10-6-3 flop, all diamonds. Andre with the jacks, the overpair, and the diamond to boot. Interesting, the Florin decided to c-bet on this texture. Florin checking out on the turn. Nearly $1 million in this pot. Andre can go between betting and checking. I prefer betting. No half pot. Goes for 400k. That should be the end of hand. Nice pick up there for Andre. Playing a whopping stack here of 7.7 million. Oh, Perno draws the cheapest grid, knowing he got lucky as AF right there. Oh, that was about to hand a couple of hands ago. Yes. Schedule tomorrow, guys. If you're not having enough poker coming through your eyeballs whilst listening to the Action Man Dan, we're back again in the morning. 1 hour earlier. Oh, goody gumdrops. 12 p.m. UK time. That means it is 1 p.m. Is it not 1:30 starting time, Apocalypse? It's an hour earlier than normal. Should be 1:30 Central European time, not 1 p.m. Yeah, it will be for the stream. Yeah, okay. Thank you. 15 bigs on the button. King Jack suited. Could just ram a jam this one. Could raise fold occasionally. We definitely want to be V-pipping. If you rip 15 bigs there, you might get the likes of ace-9 suited to fold in the small. Although I still think it's in calling territory, even if it is for a very large portion of our stack. I honestly don't know. ICM, not my strong point. I think we have to call ace-10 suited. Ace-10 offsuit. If we call ace-10 offsuit, then we still have to call ace-9 suited. That's how that works. So what's that? 3-bet to 650. Well, this is very interesting. Is he 3-bet folding? I presume so. Will be 900k more for Mattia. Looks pretty strong. Hawkins says we can actually have 2 words for the day in one stream tonight. Oh dear. I enjoyed the first 2 words all right today and yesterday. 3 is the magic number, I suppose. We've got the viewers on the edge of their seat, Apocalypse. What could the 3rd word be?
But I have a question. What do you have?
Pocket 8's getting that one through, as Apocalypse says, but we can always do quiz question number 3. Well, I don't know what way you want to do it. You do whatever you want, but the last one was very confusing. It was to me. Florin, min raising. Mr. Livio wants to know, does any Romanian still on the field? Right in front of your face there, Florin Bilan. The main man. So you've got one Romanian on this table. I do not know about the outer table. Just 2 tables remaining. Ace Jack 10. You are welcome, Mr. Livio. Well, not much going on for the 6-5 offsuit there. The Ace King taking that one down. Banto Andre says Florin Bilan is a very good poker player. Correct and right. Question number 3. Where is home to the highest density of otter in Europe? I haven't the foggiest. Wetter than an otter's pocket. Andre going to take that one down with a 3-bet. Queen Jack suited. Andre bets 150 on the 10-5-4. Button against the big blind. Renee, top pair, queen, kicker, calls. Third is the 4 diamonds. There's the 6 of clubs. $225 was the bet there, and $225 was the call. Not much to talk about there. Like he went for 10 value on the river, getting snapped off by the top of the pairs, queen kicker. I'm going to guess Apocalypse something like Holland. I suppose it's more beavers filling in the dams. And it's in Europe. It's the Czech Republic, so low water's floating around the place around Oswald over here. It's the Shetland, so if you're giving us a clue that someone in the chat lives there, would be the Shetlands. Matty raises to 200k, takes that one down. You're going to see a lot of raise and take it as we get closer and closer to the final table. 15 players remaining now. Florin min raises of 30 bigs to start the hand with ace queen suited. So there was a pay jump from €7,595 to €8,530. 15 remaining now.
Look the screen. This end.
Looks like I was the first to get the question correct. The location of the highest density of otter in Europe is the Shetland Islands.
We are short. We are short. I try with, but it's not. This doesn't work.
Proctor says you could literally go for a 5-minute walk into town and you'll have an otter watching you. Better than having a rat chasing you.
We get a ticket, and on this final table.
On the big tournament.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
We make a deal on the final table. What did you decide already? You're talking about deals? Yeah, we will get tickets here and we
the
did the big
main
tournament.
event WSOP. And you get a ticket in October on final table.
Nice. If I come next week, if I take the ticket, I don't know. You probably will take it. I don't know.
Lads, I'm going to be gone for a brief moment after this hand because I just remembered I never brought the dog in. Don't know how that skipped my mind. The poor creature freezing outside in the cold. I wouldn't mind, but I had an extra break to do it where I didn't have to do many things. I went for a small meditation. Well, I wouldn't call it a meditation, so just Iceman breathing. One fast round of it. MJ wants to know what kind of dog it is. He's a collie. He's a collie, but he looks a bit wolfy. He's got a bit of a wolfness about him. Better go let him in. Gotta lure him in with a piece of bread. Andre betting 150 here. Good shot, straight draw. Leading out. Florin's not the right kind of guy to be making fold hands easily. You've been warned. Andre's going to continue firing, recognizing the Florin won't have too much 7x or 8x in his range. But look at this. Florin is a non-believer. Andre perhaps looking a little bit nervous. Knows he can't win with just 5 high. Can he pull a third trigger? Lead flop, lead turn, 1.75 million in the middle. Stack to pot ratio not too far from 1 to 1, just 2.2 million remaining. Looks like he's going for about $1 million. Out. $1 million is the bet, so half the Florin's remaining stack, give or take. And that 6 has to play a factor because that is a card we would like Andre to have in the form of a straight draw. This will be a sick hero call. He's a very good reader of the game, Florin Bilan. Okay, so he's flicking out some coin bank chips, cards, whatever you want to call them. This would be call of the tournament. Well, it would be from the feature table perspective. Anyway, he does make the call. Wow. That is incredible. Just king high. Does not believe. And those kind of calls, ladies and gentlemen, is how champions are made. That was insane. Wow. Take a bow, Florin Bilan. Smile. Embrace the moment. You've earned it. All right, lads. I don't want to miss a thing now. That's after getting me giddy. And I better go let the dog in. Be back in just a moment. All right, guys, we're back. Looks like I missed some commotion. Please feel free to fill me in. The dog is safe and sound and got a bit of steak for his troubles. He wasn't too happy with me, though. I usually bring him in about 2 hours beforehand. Suffice to say, it's fairly stormy out there. Born with the King Jack. Put him in, raise it up. Samuel. Gonna call the cutoff. We say spades. Daniel will get out of the way. Or most likely C-bets this one and just takes it down. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
I'm not anymore the coach. I want that you coach me. Please. Huh? Big, huh? I hear the live stream. They say, oh, hey, can you call me the king? Hi. Huh? I saw. Some best. Shit story. You also, I don't like too much. I give this to the fun like class. Not really coming. How much is it? One time. Schweizer Freund. Zu schwarz gekommen.
So, I did miss a bust out. 14 remaining. That damn stupid dog. It's not his fault. Cool player says he is a great player without doubt. I'm not saying anything against that. Just pointing out one of the reasons why he called. That's very well said. Skadge Post says a player with Andre CG offline. You mean online? So ace-5 of clubs was the bust-out hand, I'm assuming. It wasn't a great poker face. Cool player. You're dead right about that. 2 players below 20 bigs. Samuel, the chip leader at this feature with 73. Renee with 64. Who did we lose, lads? And Sketchpost says in Slovakia, I was in Bratislava last year. I thought it was lovely. I was only there for a few days. I was actually DJing and doing commentating. I wasn't playing poker myself. Beer was nice. Fun few days. My good God, did I put on a lot of weight over there in less than a week. From home and lost like 10 pounds in 24 hours or something like that. Lauren, after that amazing call as well, 4.2 million flopping straight. One is the four of spades. And we'll take that one down on the turn. Well, we do see a 3-bet from Andre in the big blind. Under pressure back on Mattia Melidio.
Play the cards or the players? Huh? Yeah? Fold the good hand, huh? Strong hand.
How can you fold against the guy who's always bluffing?
I only saw it once.
That's enough.
That's plenty. 3 strings you could see. That's more than ever.
The ace king taking that one down. There's 14 remaining. It means the pay jump is looming from €8,530 all the way up to €9,465 on the next elimination. Andre betting 200k here. Straight into the set of deuces by Todisco. What a second name, by the way. Todisco. Who doesn't love a bit of disco? Disco stew. Ace of spades pops off. Interesting to see that a tree decided to stick around on the flop after being raised. 550 is the bet now on the turn. When he's undeterred by betting again when the ace rolls off, let's try think about what would raise the flop that would now bet the turn that would contain an ace. Oftentimes he's going to check back the turn with a lot of his King X type holdings, maybe even a club draw. So it narrows his range considerably, and that is why you are going to see Andre call a second time. Oh, wow. Now that pairs the board on the river. Quads always make sense, right? I wouldn't be shocked to see Andre put his cape on here. Look at the size of this pot. It's now 2.8 million. Just has a trade. He's talking to him. He should say nothing. Especially with quads. Then at the same time, would he talk if he had quads? Interesting to see what you think about this one in the chat. Quadzilla always makes sense. Usually when players have the nuts, they don't really talk. Sometimes they talk and they can look quite strong. This guy just looks tired. And he's just got called. Wow. Things are really, really heating up the later hours of tonight. That was an incredible call down by Andre. I said I wouldn't be shocked to see him call on this river. Some hands. Because quads always make sense. That was pretty sick. Andre guy showing he is not afraid to make big call downs. And he had a huge stack not so long ago. It is Disco, who is up over 10 million now. Perno Draw says, nothing feels worse than making a hero call only to have them roll over the stone cold joint. Quads always make sense. Three-way action here on the turn, just picking up the action on the Jack 7-5-8. Samuel betting 280. So Disco's going to win another one. Renee can't get there by the river. The Jack Deuce is going to be good enough, and this guy's playing over 12 million now. Don't know much about this dude, but he seems to be a force to be reckoned with. Samuel Todisco. Anyway, we've had many a year of Romania. It could be the year of Italy. I'm just going to throw it out there. Samuel Todisco has a total live earnings before now of $52,742. And he got almost all of that in one tournament, $51,024. So certainly doesn't seem like he's going to have a heap of experience, or a lot of experience. We say a heap in Ireland, behind his belt. But definitely one to watch out for with over 100 big blinds. And we're going to have action here. Florin with Ace King. The opportunity to eliminate Andre. Andre had so many chips not so long ago, but this is the way it can go sometimes. He finds himself all in, way behind. That flop was no help. 6-5-3. Turn is an ace. Andre needs a jack and a jack only. Here's the 7 of diamonds, and that is going to be bitterly disappointing for Andre Imrich. And Florin Bilan, one of the most dangerous men left in this tournament, is gaining traction and gaining traction fast. I don't know who's left in this tournament, but he would be one of my picks, especially now he's got about 70 big blinds. He has over $500,000 in total live earnings, and this moment won't faze him. Not his first rodeo. Renee with the min raise and the hijack, ace 10 off suit. Nathaniel going to shove. So it's just a little shy of 11 bigs. Hijack against the button. I think we're going to see a call from Renee. And look at the ticker, top right hand corner of your screen. We are down to 12. Renee will call.
Oh,
698 is the flop. Renee with a glimmer of hope. Needs a 7 for a straight. Turn is the deuce of spades. One card to come. 14% equity for Renee. Is the 9 of clubs. So it is Nathaniel who will double up and sit back down and now be playing a healthy 24 big blinds. And I believe, folks, we are going to have some form of rebalancing. We're not going on a redraw. There's going to be 12 players remaining, so 2 tables of 6 when we get back. Lots more action to come. That was a really exciting frame. Some exhilarating hands. You can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen, we're going on a break for roughly 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
No. Okay. Now we all want to know.
You won't even. I think it's a Czech. What he means is
Okay.
old Czech nickname.
I won't even understand.
It was German.
I won't understand.
It was German.
Something about proud, yeah.
Yeah, proud Jana. You started it. Jana means lady.
My name is Jan, and you said Jana.
Jan and Jana. It's a woman's name. You know, his name is Jana. And they say Stolze
Getting a
Jana.
history lesson today, lads.
Proud Jana.
Leon with the aces in the hijack going for a full 3x raise with a little bit of cheese on top. 95k to go.
You're welcome.
I'm still proud.
You're always welcome. You always.
Now I call you. Son of
whatever you can call me.
Tell you, you shouldn't have said it. Now you
Son of Ina and Victor. My father was Victor and mother Ina. So son of 2 of them.
2 guns.
Son of 2 guns.
How much is that? 95, right?
Son of 2 guns. He does have 2 pocket rockets here. It's going to be 3-way action to the flop. Pricey and spicy pot here, 3 ways. 330k already in the middle.
Massive cooler, what happened?
Jack 10-7 is the flop. Leon with the overpair. Yaxman with top pair. Decent kicker. Let's see what happens here. It's a draw heavy board. Jachman will call 175. Some equity here for Orpin, but he's got no hearts in his hand. Yeah, does make
Oh my God.
disciplined
What do
laydown.
you have behind it? Not much, eh?
Standard enough, I suppose, against two
250.
players.
3 doesn't make any change to you, right?
3 of diamonds on the turn.
You call it, you got it.
Leon with a bit of speech play with his aces before moving all in.
And remember, this is not Omaha, this is Hold'em.
Really?
We do see the queen, jack
How
of spades
boring.
stacking off.
Wow, boring. Just aces. What I got? Can't fold.
This is a huge
Jack, you
pot
can't
for
fold
Leon
Jack.
if he can
Jack,
hold.
Jack king, Jack ace.
And he's got 89%
best hand, by the way,
equity to
for
do so.
You have the best hand.
Huge
Sorry,
pot
Leon.
for Leon. We lose a superstar. Leon going to have about 50 big blinds now.
Are we staying here or moving? Staying?
One thing is true. You can double me up, I cannot.
It's true.
Yeah.
Whose advantage is that?
I have no idea, but it's the truth, you know. It's the truth.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
What a flop this is.
Wow.
120.
Fox and flop and 2 pair. Leon with top pair, no flush draw.
Where are the phones? Do you know?
Relax.
The phones are in the.
5 seconds.
All in.
3 raise. 350. 8 raise.
What?
What? Wow.
Campbell.
Fair fight.
You can double
Gamble,
me up,
gamble.
I cannot.
Jeez.
Fair fight, you know.
Very fair.
Yeah.
This is incredible. Look how much chips are in there. 100 big blinds in this pot.
Set.
Turn is the ace of spades.
Makes it harder, but
How much harder?
can chop.
Almost impossible. Yeah, that's
14% equity for Leon as we hit the river.
Oh
River is
my
the fight.
God.
Oh, wow.
unbelievable. I survived to the full house. Can you imagine? And what I said is truth, right?
Yeah.
I could double.
What a
up.
run up,
Look
bro.
at the flop. Siamo in soldi. Minchia.
Sei left comunque.
Chi è?
No, don't. No raise.
Okay.
7 pro. 8 plus.
It's not me, it's him you need to convince, not me. I have nothing. I have small chips, he has big chips. Big chips, small chips.
1 raise. 3.
Cardboard box. Leon is going
You
to
remember
limp
the
in the
rule.
cutoff.
I do.
Every
10-9
river.
offsuit. Foxen's going to raise it up from the small blind with ace-jack offsuit.
You're a big guy. You don't look like a C. I call you.
I guess we'll find out. You said call, right?
Yeah. You're a big guy, but you don't look like a C.
What does a C look like?
Oh, you can see here and there, time to time, you know. Here and
He's
there,
going to call
time to
flop
time,
best
you
here
can
on
see
9-6-3.
Signore, Monsieur. All in. Everything. Everything. I dive
Foxen
in.
bets 255.
I already dive. You know, once you dive in, you don't need to think about what happened. Is the water there or?
It's too late at that point.
Too late. Too late. I don't have a big hand. I'll show you my hand.
You were ahead.
What was on
Be happy that I didn't re-raise you pre-flop, you know?
9-6.
Pre-flop. I could re-raise pre-flop, you know?
Of course.
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
You have aces, call me.
Then we split.
Ollie.
How much is it?
A lot.
I know.
Like 2-3 million.
Can you count it for me?
Yeah, count it for him.
You count it?
Maybe I'm not the bubble boy.
What the hell?
Of course not. Of course not.
Leon just going to straight up slam a
Of
jam.
course not. You have to
Nearly
sit on
50
your
big
stack
blinds.
until the third
Over
or second or
45
fourth
bigs
place.
here with Queen
You
10
cannot win
suited
this tournament, but you can.
into Foxen.
This guy, the only
Foxen
one
has an
who will
absolute
double me, it doesn't
powerhouse
matter
of
how.
a hand here
Interesting.
with ace queen of diamonds.
I
But
told him
I
in
don't
the
know if he
beginning,
wants to
double
call
me
this
up.
amount of chips.
It's now or never.
It's no one ever. Da, 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 da.
No, come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be my tonight. That's the song, yeah?
2,200,000.
2-2.
2,700,000.
Alan, what do you make of this?
Something like that.
Surely
It's a little bit more. than
you got a call here against
Okay.
Leon the majority of the time, but when you've got a stranglehold on your
And we need a
opposition like this
waiter.
as such
Whiskey.
a tough FT,
Time.
Not living this day.
do you want to
Double or
run the
nothing.
risk of calling
It's
here
double
and be
or
up
pass.
against
That's it.
two
It's
live
double or
cards?
pass. It's
Crazy.
crazy.
That is a crazy fold, but
Anyway,
mathematically
very good
it's going to be correct.
Okay, or you
Yeah.
wanted-
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
You were in bad shape.
Well, it doesn't
just
really matter.
shows
It
us.
No, it
was a
doesn't.
move. Did I make the move?
Close. Yeah.
Alex, I ordered the whiskey. I didn't order it at the bar. I ordered at this table. I said, it's double or I'm living.
Yeah.
Or nothing, right?
I wish I had known.
Does seem
And obviously that's gone back quite a few
Turkey,
years.
the discount.
But you know,
Sweden, they
had
raised.
passion at that point for poker, but
discount
was
from
very,
it.
very bad compared to now, which is completely
They want
normal.
to sell for 20,
But
they ask
for
80.
sure,
With
through
discount,
TV
it's only
programs
60.
and just TV coverage, man, would have, you know, came across him before. But there's many, many clips from this man in that time frame of full tilt poker, high stakes games, heads up battles and stuff like that. Sicko.
Surzat is a sicko as well. So the new players at the table, Tax Sally,
900. Very difficult
278,000 euro in total
Very
live
difficult
earnings.
table. When it's 900,
I don't
it's
know
so
how
hard
much
for me to
Isildur has
play.
won. His tournament live earnings wouldn't tell the full story, to put it
Definitely
mildly.
in that example. Yeah.
And Surzat with 3.3 million in live earnings, and Samuel with over 3 million. So most players at this table have won multiple millions at the great game of No Limit Hold'em. Tom Bedell as well, 3.5 million. I believe that's all the new players at this FT. It is funny that I asked, was he before your time, and you're only 31 years old,
Yeah.
and I'm 34, and that is mad the way that extra few years makes such a big difference.
A lot can happen in a year, bro. To be fair.
A lot can happen if you're Isildur in a year.
Defo.
This guy's an absolute superstar.
Water.
Bom dia, indeed.
I believe so. Yeah.
Hello to everyone tuning in on the chat.
Thank you.
What a Tuesday evening we have in
Oh,
store. Two pair here for Foxen. Has been running very good, it has to be said, although if he was running pure, he wouldn't have lost that hand against the ace-7 of Leon.
True.
He also could have lost that pot. I'm all for them chopping it up. At least we have Leon at the FT with a really decent stack. So I'm going to call.
Questo posto è buono. Sai, vedi tutto. A te non ti vede nessuno, a mezzo tavolo non ti vede. Qua sono
He looks
peggior posto è
very focused indeed. We haven't
Yes,
seen him
sir.
for quite some time.
E tu per guardare da
Now,
da là,
I just mean
guardare da là,
at
devi
Kings
guardare
or on the live circuit, maybe
qua, lui non ti vede.
he's part of the furniture somewhere else.
Sì, che fai? Ti nascondi? Ti nascondi?
Questo qua è pericoloso.
Certo.
That looks like a very large bet.
Poi è un grande giocatore.
Very polarizing.
Blom's not going to be able to fold just yet.
Con questo si può
Big this
giocare.
pot then.
Ogni tanto gioco
Massive pot, 1.8 million as we hit the river.
No, questo qua. Lo devo.
I guess he's making it this big on the turn here, Alan, so he can shove on the river
Yeah.
on pretty much
Primarily.
any blank anyway. And there you go. That's a blank if I ever did see one. 5 of spades. Rolling off. Not a club, not a straight card. Unless you had 4-7 somehow.
Yeah.
Or the 2-4, of course. I just don't think they're in his range. So clear cut jam now for Foxen, I would imagine. Sizing up on the turn to be able to shove this river for stack the pot ratio of 1-1. Well, it doesn't go for the lot, but still a massive bet nonetheless. 1.285 million has been declared.
Just a bluff catcher here for Victor, isn't it? Unfortunately, and again, blocking Jack 10, Ace 10 if it went for it, 9 10 if it went for it. Probably not the best blocker here with some of the potential bluffs that Foxen could have here. It was multi-way on the flop as well, which is something to take into account here. He does get out of the way. I'm happy enough with that.
We would want our opponent to have a 10 in their hand for some additional straight draws that could be continuing to fire.
To be the first, it's not money, you know. Money doesn't make me happy at all. It's just like you get so close, you get heads up, and then, and not like with you, like you're a huge chip leader. Okay, I understand, I accept it. But we were kind of even, and then I lost. You know, it was incredible. I took a little bit of money for second place, but it doesn't replace even a jet. 14 and a half hours of jet, you know, is...
Uh-oh. Attack on the button here. With the aces. Zhu with the ace king. Foxen, the original opener with pocket fives in the hijack. We've got action. This
Oh,
is
I'm
a
so
very
happy not to be
big
in
cooler
this,
situation here for Zhu.
Ui. Cazzo, questo è bruttissimo, mano. Tutti dentro, sai? Vedi quello lì, quello là, incredibile. Pass.
So Zhu all in, foxing out of the way. The trap was set to precision, although nothing Zhu can do, of course. All attack has to do is click call. And we might have this bubble be burst unless Zhu gets lucky with his ace-king offsuit against the aces.
Se ce l'hai qualche cosa, con paura lo metti 2 jack. Con cosa lo metti?
Con Jack pure non è facile. Jack è...
E che fai?
Insomma,
Che fai?
Fold. In qua quasi. Ora no.
Jack 3 deuce is the flop. It's not looking good. Turn is a deuce. And that is all she wrote. Zhu has been eliminated in 7th place.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That means all 6 remaining players guaranteed at least 65,000 euro.
You in the money?
Yeah.
Hat der mal eine Hand gewonnen, der Neue? Der hat gar keine gespielt. Der hat gar keine gespielt. Du kannst das nicht verkaufen. Wenn er schon eins hat? If you had one, you can sell it. What? The ticket you can't sell, right? But if you have to. You have one? By no chance. What? Yeah, of course. No. All right, let's take these guys. 60,000, 120,000, 120,000. 60, 120, 120. Come on, everyone. Here, shuffle up and deal. 60, 120, 120. Swing. You want to check? You want to play? 60, 120, 120.
Oh my God, gang. Call the cops. We're back. We're live. 12 remaining in the World Series of Poker. Day 3, €1,100 circuit. No limit hold'em. Main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Back just in the nick of time. 4.6 million in this pot. We are 3 eliminations away from the final table. 2 eliminations away from securing that 10k ticket. Mattia finds himself in very dangerous terrain. Just 13% equity. It is 10.85. Oh my God, it's a lady. Lady of the night arriving on the turn, and that is huge for Mattia. Florin would have had basically 10 million in chips. I actually feel for Florin there. Obviously, I have to be impartial. That is sick. The difference in equity of that pot for Florin. But that is the man of the match at the moment there. Mattia playing 4.6 million. And the Queen arrives at Kings. Florin smiled for a moment, but I think it's just hit him. The difference in winning and losing that pot. He'll take it on the chin, like all good champions do. But that's going to have some hang time.
Nice head, my friend. You push, right? Yeah. Play from alone.
Florin raises the 250 on the button with ace queen off suit. A lot of dynamics going on here. And look at the ticker in the top right hand corner of your screen. The average stack is now 5 million. There are 11 players remaining. That means pay jump has been reached and all remaining players have a 5-figure payday. Very important to note that we are now on the ticket bubble. You get knocked out in 11th. You're going to get €10,575 for your efforts, but you're not going to leave with a 10k ticket. So you're nearly doubling your payday by surviving one more elimination. Florin will bet and take down another one with his top pair on the turn. Malcolm says 2 more until the FT and we can all go to bed. Don't be like that. We're just getting going. This bubble could take a while indeed.
You see the hand he played against him? Hands 3 he had. Hands 3. Which one? Against him. We lost the stack. Yes? Hands 3 suited. Hands 3 suited.
I obviously don't know what's going on the outer tables, but Samuel Todisco, over 12 million chips, surely has got to be one of the chip leaders. Renee shoving over the top. Florence going to be opening relatively wide there in the hijack. Renee just stuffs it on him. I think it's probably his best option with the ace-king offsuit in that exact situation. We are on a €10,350 bubble. Samuel is going to start really opening up things with the 5-4 offsuit. Ole shoves with limited amount of fold equity. It's pretty sick because Samuel's almost priced in here for 6 more bigs. He might ask for a price here, but or a count, but I think it's just going to be into the bin it goes. Seen a lot of big pairs popping off. Aces back out. Florin is just going to call with the pocket nines. We see a flop of 7-4-3. And we could see Florin lose some chips here. He's not just going to go broke with a one pair hand.
I'm lucky that I have this, right? All of that. All in? Ja, weil ich gehe auch all in, deswegen.
So Florin's raising to 1.1 million, and this could spell a lot of trouble.
Okay, du musst trotzdem da gucken. One for you. Du musst da gucken, du musst mir da auf der Haus. You can't get the information. Ah, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Maybe I hear when the player is crying. Everybody's worked up the same information.
Yeah, I don't see a world where Rene is not going to get called if he jams. Florin has raised here, and that means he's going to commit himself because he's going to make a 1.1 million. If he gets jammed on, I don't see him folding for the additional 2 mil. Avi asking who finished 25th to 13th. You're going to have to check that up on the website later. We wouldn't have all the information regarding that question.
This one, from when I whip the hand, I need this one. I announce 1 second before. Hold it. I have to say it again, though. Huh? Oh, 9 an die Taste.
We do see Florin call for the additional 2 mil. Turn is a 7. Obviously, they were waiting to see what was happening on the outer table. That's going to happen from time to time, guys. 4 hits the river, 7.1 million chip pot. going in the direction of Renee.
Sorry, my friend.
That is a massive, massive double up for Renee. Poor Florin is set to have 10 million chips.
You win 10K, my friend.
We'll see each other in the main event. Cooler.
Of course, they want the ticket. Entitled to take their time there, guys. They play for many days on end. It's a 10 grand difference between 11th and 10th. Looks like we have had a bust out on the outer table, and that would mean we are on the FT bubble. All remaining players have secured that aforementioned 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Rule of bus. That means clap your hands in Irish. Well done, everyone. It is so sick, though. I have to give it another mention. Florin was set to have 10 million in chips. Loses that huge pot with kings. Another double pair board and a 10 hitting the river. Renee winning another one. This guy's on fire the last few orbits.
Yes, in October, right? Yes. All together. Oh, it's good. You get 10 grand. Right? 250.
So with the blinds at 60, 120, 120, the average stack with 10 remaining is now nearly 50 bigs once more. Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it there, Apocalypse. The ticket bubble is effectively a pay jump from 6th to 5th. Yes, all of this amazing action throughout the day, live for almost 10 hours now, is coming to you from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Czech Republic, near the German border, about 90 minutes away from Prague. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, or find out the merchandise store, or find out additional information about this tourney itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. He will get that one through with the King 4 diamonds. And MP says, not sure, dude. So odd. I use Twitch a lot, but I can barely catch this stream. Probably someone just set the hot words to insta-block. There's a lot going on here with 10 remaining. 2 tables of 5. What an amazing moment it is for everyone still in this tourney, coming back with the opportunity to play for €172,000, securing that 10K ticket. Last year, it was $1.5 million for the winner. We've got a guy all the way from Australia. There's a shack in the water, right? Shack in the water. Nice to have you with us from all the way down under.
Manchmal geht's halt so, ne?
Claudia taking that one down. Guys played well today so far. Obviously got lucky in a couple of key spots.
Die Hand mit den ganzen Timings nicht schlecht sehen. Nice, was der Kommentator sagt. Ja?
Well, here's a big hand for Florin. I don't care how accomplished you are in the poker world. Some of the beats he's after taking, hooked him on the chin. But it's got to hurt at some point. He is going to rip for 12 bigs total. Florin will take that one down. You know Yappa Snap. He was in talking to us earlier for a few hours. ANDMP. Come on in. The water's lovely. Florin goes for min raise from the cutoff here with the ace-7 off suit.
One guy still is not reacting well. I don't want to say this.
And how big of a factor is it playing into these players' minds that they are one elimination away from making the final 9 tomorrow? And next time he's here, dress him as the Willy Whiffer. That's our nickname for him. And yes, there's a story behind it. Oh, God. Renee 3-betting the 600k here. Florin with a monster. Mattia with a big decision. You got to remember, these players are playing five-handed here. They're short-handed. I wonder if this is going to be strong enough. Guys, I really like a 4-bet rip here with pocket nines, but I don't know what ICM would say about that. Makes a huge fold. Just because I think Renee can be exploiting the fact that Florin has been opening relatively, I'm not going to say relatively light, but a decent portion of the time in late position. Renee will show an ace and fold. Florin sort of has to have a big hand. 4-bet riff there. Well, he's probably a bit disgruntled. He's still going to play his ranges correctly.
Mir geht's rein, wenn du nicht weitergehst. Ja? Jetzt den Weg werden nichts mehr haben.
So hand 200 of the day. A&D, we are playing till we have one more elimination and we'll come back tomorrow an hour earlier than normal. So it'll be 1:30 Central European time for the final table. Just one more elimination to go.
An den Hans erst sehen.
Ja gut, was soll ich machen? 5-handed ist strong hand, ace 10 5-handed. If you raise like king queen, king jack, you probably fold.
Stratus is back just in the nick of time. No problem, A&D. Join us tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Not quite the same bat time, an hour earlier. Stratus has been lurking, of course, lurking down the wrong roads, crossing the wrong highway at the wrong goddamn time. And his parents did give him the name Action, yeah. Because I wouldn't sit still. You started a fair few hours ago. We are live for over 10 hours now, ANDMP. This ain't our first rodeo, buddy. We're well used to lengthy streams around here. I don't mind telling you. Same baddie people. I'm going to do a bit of homework now. And well, it depends how much sleep I get tonight. But we've got a really fun collection of individuals at this FT tomorrow. We're playing for €172,000 that I keep mentioning. Full house on board. Who wants it? Florin Balan wants it. Pretty sick because I don't think Renee can call now. Doesn't want to be calling for a chop pot. Having said all that, it's very difficult for Renee's Ace King to be losing in this exact scenario. That's why he's called. They will chop it up. Stratos is giving out to me. So give your dog a doggy treat for being left out. He got a nice piece of steak now. Normally I give him bread. He gets well fed, well looked after. He just needs a bit more walking. He gets his walking early, you see, and then by the evening time, he's raring to go again. And Loggy says, if you call, it's probably even better to raise. Well, it was basically an all-in, I think. And he said, my cat just broke outside and my dogs would lose their mind being outside for more than 5 minutes. What a good doggy you have. He's used to being outside. He comes in the evenings then for the night. But I forgot about him on one of the breaks, so therefore he had to wait another 2.5 hours to get him in. And it's very cold out and it's raining, so I felt bad and ran down and let him in. Loggy says, with that 180k behind, I don't know. I would say give your dog some chicken, but we all know there is none to be had in your house. I also ate Martin with mince today, Stratus, since we last spoke. It was bolognese cooked. I ate it all with no pasta. I had no time to cook pasta. So I had about 3 bowls. And meanwhile, back in the ranch, not that kind of ranch now, Stratus, not that ranchy, blue, cheesy stuff. Renee, Paddy, Florin, Nathaniel, and Ole from this feature table are all going to make it through to the final 9. That means 4 other lucky hopefuls are coming from the outer table. What a day it was. 10 hours, 10 minutes, 42 seconds. Ireland, baby, we did it. Day has concluded for the night. We're going to come back, like I kept saying, 1:30 Central European time, so that means it's 12:30 for me in Ireland. Hopefully now get to bed relatively early. It'd be hard to wind down, you know. And watch some comedy. Chris Kent, Cork comedian from Ireland, is what I'd recommend. He has a new special out. I'm going to get out of here. You know the drill by now. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. Thanks a million to everyone who's tuned in, all the regulars, all the moderators. Couldn't do it without you. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.